Welcome back to the the Magic Guy Show. I'm your host, Sean, and today we're going to be taking you through a tour of a really interesting take on the Nicol Bolas grindy, mid-rangey style of Grixis in Modern. So we built this a little bit ago. I spoiled it, and then we never really came back to it because I think we were in the process of doing some speed brews. So I figured we're going to play it today. Yeah, so let's play. We could sit there and talk about like how I decided to cut one of the Hakans and this and that. I think Hakan's just so awful. Should we draw it, we'll feel really bad about ourselves if we don't have a way to put it in the graveyard. The deck has many different ways to do that. You can target yourself with Inquisition. We can pitch it to something like a Brutality. You can plus a Liliana. We could even technically use half of a Colligan's Command on ourselves, but I'd rather not do that particular. Let's do a league. Let's league it up. My voice sounds hollow. It could be the new room. I'm in the laundry room. I am in the laundry room, which is for the foreseeable future my new studio. So we're gonna have to soften up the sound somehow. Maybe, well, I'd have to put like something here behind the mic, I imagine. What did we play last time, the competitive? What did we take to? Oh yeah, this is the one of the brew off decks. This was the Electrodominance Waste Not. This deck was sweet. It did not do very well, but it was sweet, regardless. Wash my lab coat. Yeah. I don't think I have enough points for this, but that's okay. We've got some tickets we could blow. Yeah. Alright. This should be fun. I'm going to go ahead and assume that the Grixis mid-range or Grixis control, whatever you want to call that archetype, I'm assuming that's the better part of our deck and that the Dragons is just here for fun. But, okay, let me catch up on you, Puddin'. Yeah, let me open up the list. Take a look at your Kiki chord list, see if it's similar to what I remember. 2-1-1. How cruel. Hey, what's up, Disc Jockey? What's up, DJ? Alright, so, while we're waiting... Oh, no, we found an opponent. Hang on. We'll look at this again in a moment. I mean, I'm looking at it on my other screen. Ooh, I like the Eldritches. Yes. Bunch of Helixes. I'm with you. Helix is pretty good. Probably shores up some of your really bad matchups like Burn. And other aggressive decks, I imagine, give you trouble. Like, Kiki Cord wants to play against grindy stuff, you know. I imagine. Well, I guess I'll keep it. Yeah, this looks sweet, man. Get some spice. Triple Avalanche Riders. This does look quite a bit different than what you showed me, I think. This looks quite a bit different. The old Grixis Phoenix start or Storm? I mean, if it's Storm, they would have been cantripping. Actually, I could have gotten... Well, it doesn't matter. Just because we had the Cascade, I could have gotten a different land there. Does nothing. Okay. Might just jam Bolas. The old Blood Moon me. No, he's just playing Phoenix. It's gross. It's pretty gross, Puddin'. It's it's pretty good. Pretty good. That is the third Metamorphose. Opponent is storming off, probably wishing they were playing Storm, right? We're opting. Then we are thinking the icing. Okay. Probably has a Phoenix in his hand. I don't really want to enable, like, I don't want to make him discard here. I think I just bolt, invert. Again, this is kind of what I was just talking about. I don't really want to give my opponent a discard. So that's kind of what they need, I imagine. So kind of unfortunate that one of the nice things about our Bolas is actually kind of a potential drawback there if they can discard. The final Metamorphose mismatch. Why mismatch? A crackling Drake. Okay. The Drake is unfortunately better than my Bolas. I guess I have command, so we could let the Bolas trade, or we could just draw Brutality like a boss. Do I want to exchange the Logic Knot this way? Probably not. I think I'm fine with holding on to the I'll use my words in a second here, I'm just thinking. So oops, wrong modes. Cancel. And again, we might just be helping them further here, right? There might be literal second Phoenix in the hand. There was not. We play some Pauper on a rare occasion. We do a little bit of Cube, a little bit of... We're more of a Legacy Modern stream, or Modern Legacy stream, to be honest. Alright, Thing. Looting. The old triple gut shot, really? Oh, okay, he just wants the Phoenix back. I'm with you. Well, that Thing's going to flip next turn unless we draw a removal spell for it. Which we did not. So we probably lose now, chat. We probably lose now. I mean, he could even just flash back Faithless Looting. He doesn't have to actually draw a spell, which is what just happened. Unfortunate for us. I mean, our draw was okay. Surgical Bolt. I don't really want him to take a look at my deck, and there's still a little bit of potential for us to there's still a little bit of potential for us to win this first game. Okay, not anymore. That brings back Phoenix. Okay. I'm curious if our next draw... I don't know if I would have fetched there. Next draw was going to be Niv Mizzet. Still doesn't do well with Awoken Horror. So what we do against them post-board, I'm not a huge fan of the counter magic in this matchup whatsoever. They have a lot of redundancy. I do like Surgical and the extra bomb a lot. Nameless Hakan is only so good, especially like if I'm taking out the Scorns, I'm less interested in this. Tazger, I'm less interested in the Dragons. Let's see what that looks like. They sometimes switch over into Young Pyromancer. I kind of like the idea of Liliana. Dispel's another story. Like Dispel I might be interested in. We might be interested in these Ancestrals. Probably not Brutality. Engineered Explosives is again another nod to... Sometimes they'll have like a... Well, Blood Moon is Blood Moon. I don't know if there's much I can do about that. I mean, we could still run the Logic Knot and the Spell Snare. Snare hits Thing in the Ice. Logic Knot still works just fine without that many dragons. So maybe we want to look like this. 55. I mean, Dispel's pretty efficient. I guess I'm okay with Dispel. Angers hit Phoenix. Yeah, it's like a Grixis Dragons. Maybe some Angers. And then we have room for one. Their removal suite for Bolas is the same card that's going to hit Niv. It's probably going to be Lava Axe. So I don't know if I want to be on these guys now that he's seen that we have some dragons. If I had to choose between the two, it'd probably be a Singleton Bolas. Just to flesh out our last card. I don't think I want Damnation or Explosives. I mean, yes, I do care about the Crackling Drakes, but I don't really want to answer Crackling Drake with Damnation. I mean, again, if we're worried about him switching into Young Pyromancers, which not every version does that, because it's a bit of a non-bow with I'll think of it. It's a bit of a non-bow with the Young Pyromancer, of course. Those two kind of jockey for woo. Well, that hand's decent if he's trying to Blood Moon me. Yeah, okay, well. Play 25 lands, get wrecked. Alright, we'll top that. That's just too bad. That's really just too bad. We're not going to get to Inquisition for several turns. It's a tapped land. Okay, well, he's just doing that. So who knows? Maybe these will be sweet. I mean, if we're going to see these in the match, this is where we want to see them. Right here. Yeah, like against this post board, looks like we're leaning off of the Dragon's plan, which I'm sure will happen plenty tonight, or this afternoon. I tried to stream pretty quickly after work today for you guys. Oh wow, he kept a one-lander. The natural discard of Phoenix. Phoenix. So you just take Metamorphose there. So I guess he just wanted to naturally discard his Phoenix. It's not that he couldn't make a land drop, he just chose to do it that way. Interesting. So bolt, bolt, and eluding. Take a bolt. We have no idea. Oh, you're talking about Puddin' Star's Kiki list. That is a good question because it's a pretty popular deck. I've seen quite a bit of Phoenix. A lot of people are actually saying it might be the deck to beat in Modern. I know that Star City Games said that. So hang on, he cast. Alright, turn 4, Spire Bluff. Oh, it doesn't matter whether or not the spell resolves, obviously, for Phoenix's sake. So that's unfortunate. No surgical for us, no anger either. But this is our mold down to 5. I mean, I'm not going to expect our mold of 5 to beat his 7 a lot of the time. We can get really lucky though, like really lucky, and just rip anger off the top like a boss. Okay, so, and then he just goes land Drake. Okay. No, deck's tough. Deck is tough. It's not easy. Not easy for us to beat. Just have to keep ripping. I don't really want to end step gifts just because they might have some counter magic. It's not like he's going to tear my hand apart or anything. I don't really want to open this gifts up to like a sideboard dispel. So I kind of like just doing it now. So what handles this guy? The Terminate. Fatal Push with Revolt, which wouldn't be impossible. Calidus isn't good enough. I think the pile is Lily, Terminate. He'll give us neither, but we already have Snapcaster in our hand. You know, that being said, here's the thing. We already have the Snapcaster Mage in hand. We just want value. The rest of the cards, we just want value, right? So what does that value pile look like? We just need the Terminate because, yeah, we have Snapcaster in hand. So, value. We're kind of far away from flipping a Search for Skanta. Could go Planeswalker. Like Lily Last Hope gets Snapcaster back. Colligan's Command would get Snapcaster back. Cryptic would be solid. If we're thinking mana efficiency, it would probably be a pile of Terminate, Search, Ancestral, one of the Lilies. I'd like to be able to draw to Liliana, though. Like, a lot of these cards I'd like to be able to draw to, you know. I think the pile's going to be Terminate, Cryptic. Terminate, Cryptic, Ancestral, Lily. Might still do what I do. Or Colligan's Command. I'm going to go with this. It's a value gifts. That literally the singleton gifts I put in the deck is I cut the second Hakan. So I think it's, the card's bad in so many spots, or amazing. It's the kind of card where I kind of, you know, so he's just going to give me the Terminate. Okay, well that suggests he has a counter spell. So maybe next turn we'll have a little bit of a counter war. Ooh, spicy. So he flips the Arreo, which is a little awkward, right? So I have to play the Snapcaster and then Terminate. Oh no, we're just dead because he bolted us twice. It's a spicy card. It's been a long time since we've seen Arreo in Modern. I'm assuming it's It's in this guy's sideboard. That's some cool technology. Like I said, I haven't seen that card in a while. We played a deck either last stream or a stream before that, the Little Legends deck with the Monastery Mentors, and it's a spicy sideboard card for their deck because they are trying to kind of semi-storm off a little bit over there. I've seen Pyromancer's Ascension. The problem with Pyromancer's Ascension is it's graveyard based. I know, right, Flux? Guy's playing Araya. It's got to be a little bit greedy, even in the realm of Is It Phoenix? Man, we're just not drawing lands tonight. I don't really want to keep this hand either. This is all meat, but... That's true. Like, last game, kind of what the story wasn't so much what our opponent was doing. It was more so we just kind of got mana screwed, unfortunately. Wasn't really a tale that had all that much to do with what the opponent was doing to us. We don't need double red game 1, so this is going to be a watery grave. Double red's just for the sideboard angers. Hey, what's up, Ike? No worries, friend. Oh, that's cool. Now, just because Niv is in this build, it just means game 1. Well, whenever the Niv Mizzet is in the deck, we really don't want to ever draw or get the swamp. Yeah, field. That's fun. Lily. Delve is such a silly mechanic. I still feel that way. I mean, Jun plays about 4 man lands, so... With that in mind... He's gonna push Bolas, eat Bolas. Yeah, that's the worst case scenario right there. Oh no, it's not. It's not because he can't. He actually didn't have the extra mana there to eat the Bolas and then block the snap. So we kind of got away with that. Oh well, that was excellent last few cards. We just lose now probably. But this is this is one of the reasons why I have the sideboard Ancestrals, because I would assume Jund, if they have a good draw, can kind of pick apart. Oh, we get to kill this Scavenging Ooze. That's kind of nice. So the game's not completely over. We could draw a Search for Iskanta, or opponent could keep drawing so very well. Come on. Can we catch a break? No, I guess we can't catch a break. We have a couple cards that get us back in this, though, so we shouldn't despair just yet, but we only have a little bit of time to draw them. Oh no, I just punted, though. Yeah. Obviously, I'm going to Spell Snare this Tarmogoyf. Yeah, Cryptic was one of them. Well, Cryptic buys us more time. Cryptic would have drawn us into Island. Snap could snap both. Well, Lily wouldn't be. Lily wouldn't have. She'd be at 4 loyalty at this point. So we return. He Lily pluses. If he's on 0 cards, we get to return the Lily to his hand. At that point, that's kind of up to the skill of the Jund player, whether or not they realize they should be holding cards because we are a Cryptic Command deck before they plus the Lily. So a lot of Jund players, they'll play the land because that's just logical. It makes sense to play out the lands, because you'll pitch them to Lily anyway. But in Jund, once you've hit your 4th land drop, doing that opens you up to something like Cryptic. But no, I did certainly mean to snare the Tarmogoyf. All right, so this matchup gets quite a bit a little bit easier post board. I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's all that easy. I actually don't mind Hakan against Jund. I do mind the counter magic. It just Jund spends a lot of time looking at your hand. You really don't get to. I mean, the exception would be Cryptic Command. You just don't get to. Anyway, sometimes against us, they'll bring in like Kitchen Finks. I'd rather answer Kitchen Finks with something like Anger. Anger also will hit Tireless Tracker before it grows. This also hits Dark Confidant. Liliana does as well, but let's play the Damnation. Calidus is still maybe fine. Could play the other Spellbomb, perhaps. I mean, all it does is shrink Goyf. It's not like it's amazing. Now, there are some cards in the matchup that we do really want to counter. It's going to namely be Liliana. It's going to be Culligan's Command. I don't think I want to run any counter spells, though, outside of Cryptic, beyond maybe Counter Squall, Logic Knot. I think when it comes to Jund, like the really specific counters, like Spell Snare and Dispel, they can be really good in some spots, but other spots, they're just really, really bad. Anger is an interesting thought just because Kitchen Finks will be annoying, depending on whether or not they know to bring it in. Could kind of use these to shore up that if we wanted to. Or we could just do the right thing, which is probably just play Explosives. We'll go with Explosives. We've got Spell Bombs and Calidus. Maybe we'll get lucky to kind of line up against their Kitchen Finks. It probably won't be more than 2, maybe maximum 3 copies. I really don't like mulliganing when it comes to Jund. I'd like to keep this. I'd like to hope that the fact that we're playing 24 lands with an Iskanta makes it okay for me to keep a hand like this. This doesn't say Lightning Bolt, does it? Now, we're going to cut Hand Hate against them, but they're going to leave it in, usually. And no, I'm not going to fire this off here. Because we know he's taking the Snapcaster anyway. It's pretty verbatim. So we did draw a land. I don't really want him to know what I just drew. So we'll go Scalding Tarn. Now, I know we brought in the oh no, we didn't bring in the Angers, so that makes it an easy Watery Grave. We were thinking about the Angers just because of, things like Kitchen Finks. It does hit some of their other threats. I mean, it'll even hit an Ooze in some spots. Like we got to kill an Ooze with a Collective Brutality last game. Just how things lined up. Tarmogoofy. Okay. Opponent considering surgically my Snapcaster. Or they're getting a sandwich. You never know when it comes to Magic Online, you know? Maybe they're taking a phone call. I don't know. But it gives me a moment to address you guys in the chat. How's it going? Fixed your neighbor's kid's truck. That's cool. Can you fix my car? I'm just kidding, my car's fine. I did replace 2 tires this past weekend for a pretty reasonable price. But yeah. Appreciate all the support, guys. The speed brewing has been pretty successful. Thank you guys so much for that. If you haven't cashed in your speed brew, which is most of you guys, go ahead and private message me here. And if we haven't friended each other, you can also hit me either a private message on Discord. That's how Brian sent his in. You can use the stream email. That's very simple. It's just BrewSpytheMagicGuy at Gmail. I think he was literally considering that play. Do you want to add instant into the mix, opponent? Well, they don't have red, so. Who knew would be a second Tarmogoyf? We have Cryptic in hand, so we do want the other Watery Grave. Even though, like, Bolt Snap Bolt wants another red source, I still think we do it this way. So there's the inversion. A little awkward here because it's tribal. Cards like this will always be awkward against what our opponent's doing. Well, let's Bolas. Yeah, no, that's quite awkward against, you know. And it, like, I think one way or another, he was going to get to grow these Goyfs, right? So we're going to take a wallop here. Oh, he drew his red. Uh-oh. Told you about the kitchen finks, man. It's pretty typical. Lily is weak now. Everything, the whole sky is black. We're very sad now. All right, we'll put you to 12. That's just too bad. Damnation doesn't even really get us back in. Blood Braid. We can never win. It's a post-board Blood Braid, though. Oh, wow. We drew the Damnation. Huh. Put them to 6. We're dead to Bolt. They play a playset. Well, some of these Jund lists are only playing 3 at the moment. Yeah, we drew the one of Damnation. Like, basically there, because we're just so far behind on board, it's pretty much Damnation or a bunch of Cryptics into the Damnation would save us from, you know, triple, quadruple threat. So he takes the Colligan's Command. Bluffs. I think this is greedy of me. But if he had Bolt, he would have just killed us. Wow, that is a ballsy Dark Confidant. I love it. Is this where he uses the Surgical on Snapcaster Mage? Alright, I'm assuming because Moto's slowing down, he's dead. Alright, he died. I love it, though. Hey, you know what? Magic at any cost. Okay, so he showed us not only... I mean, I'm assuming he's going to have Confidants in post-board. That's a given. But, I mean, I like kind of how that went. Don't get me wrong. Like, I like Hakan Nameless. I think it's kind of really crummy how that interacts, though, with... Tarmogoyf. I don't know if this is worth it. It's very, very grindy, but we also could just have trouble against like a bunch of Kitchen Finks draw, you know. I'm gonna run it back though, because I really want us to do the nameless inversion thing with Hakan at least once tonight. So I don't think it's right. I think I am supposed to run the other Planeswalker, but oh wow, we can actually keep this. Well, this could just get run over. Like he goes, take this, or take this. Yeah, this could just get run over. I'll keep it though and hope that we draw well. It's kind of what you have to do against these green-black X decks. Kind of just have to hope. He could take anything he wants, even a Snapcaster Mage, which is probably what he's taking. Oh, he takes a Logic Knot. I can respect that. Yeah, I can respect that. Then does nothing. Interesting. His hand's like 4 Blood Braids, and we're just very sad. It might be a Lily draw. Could easily be a Liliana draw if you wanted to take the Logic Knot. I could see that. Lily Last Hope draw. So we don't really want to ambush Snapcaster here. If it was other Liliana, absolutely. It is this Liliana? Not really. Now, she is grindy, don't get me wrong, chat. But she's not nearly as frightening as we draw one of Tar Pit. Sweet. This is the matchup where we want to see it. And Bloodbraid Elf. That's pretty good. Confidant. I kind of like ignoring the Bloodbraid. No. You want to pad the life total in this matchup. So he's going to get back the Bloodbraid. Gross. Okay, so we have some options. Only one of them stops the extra draw off the Confidant, though. It's kind of the issue with the line that I've decided to take. Tarmogoyf, the draw. Ooh, Lily. Okay. Welp, Jund on the play. we did kind of keep a hand that I was a little worried about. So if we were to Lily here, he gives up the Goyf. Because he's got a last hope to return it, like he wants the extra draw, I imagine. Nah, I don't think we're coming back from this one, chat. That's okay. This I would imagine is just a tough matchup in general. Opponent has 4 threats. I'm not going to sit here and say it's impossible for us to come back, but it's pretty tough when he's, you know, recurring Bloodbraid Elves. So if he doesn't have removal here, we get to exchange. Well, he knows about the Snapcaster. Oh wait, so where are these going again? Hang on. Yeah, I'm being attacked by Tarmogoyf. It's possible that this Snapcaster gets fatal pushed here, or bolted. Yeah. We did indeed get Junded, but it's really okay. Does not hurt my feelings. I do wish, though, that we had done better against the Phoenix deck, though, because that's a little more commonplace. I know it's bizarre to play Modern and say that Jund is not commonplace, but it's really not so much anymore. It's really not so much. Not anymore. But yeah, I don't really know of a card that would get us out of this mess, because Liliana is going to keep getting back these. We could tar pit Liliana. No, we're just playing at this point just for you guys to have something to watch. I mean, that kills us too. Good games. Good games, sir. We also could have easily had an Ancestral draw. I mean, it's very, very possible that there's just certain cards that swing it heavily in our favor. So I don't necessarily want to sit there and think that I'm sure that normal Grixis has a plenty fine Jund matchup. You know, we're doing a bit of a meme. And I did think about, you know, playing some ways to maybe accelerate into some of these threats, but I'm not all that worried about it. Yeah, four threats and we had nothing on the table at that point. I mean, you really can just get pulled apart, and that's kind of why I like to stay away from the counter spells, the ones that aren't cryptic. I think maybe that was a mistake in our sideboarding. It wasn't necessarily well, obviously you want Ancestral, but like the Damnations and the Explosives. I think if there was any mistake in the sideboarding, maybe I should have just cut the Logic Knot and not run the Counter Squall. I think it's just too they run just a bit too much hand hate even post board against our type of deck, just because they're trying to snipe Snapcasters, etc. That I think we're probably still better off playing like the Angers, maybe small Liliana or Liliana Last Hope in those last couple of spots. I'll keep this. I know we can't cast the Lily with the hand the way it is, but the Sulphur Falls is here. It's a nod to. This is a nod to not Nicol Bolas. This is for Nib Mizzet and the sideboard Angers. Sacred Foundry do nothing. That's frightening. I'm worried that I'm going to get Blood Moon or something. I don't know. Oh, he's playing Mardu. Okay. I mean, if this is going to be a grind, this is a fine hand for us. What would you take here? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, real potential for us to just get Blood Mooned and it's just over. I mean, even if I had Singleton Island, I very doubt that would start to get us back in. Let's just accept the fact that this draw is going to lose to Blood Moon and make sure that we can start fetching towards this Lily. I mean, we could play this Field of Ruin, and that'll get us into the other black source for her, but I think we just have to accept that Blood Moon would beat me here, and that's okay. That's modern for you, you know. I mean, we could be sitting across from Tron, and I'd say the same thing, you know. All right, Young Peasy. Okay. So do we want to make it so we can Lily next turn? Well, I think we're just playing Bolas next turn, aren't we? So I kind of just want to just pop off this Pyromancer and play Bolas. Again, knowing their deck, they probably don't care too much about the discard. Probably don't. No blocky. No block. No block. No block. Alright, so our hand here at the end is decent. Since we have another land drop, I imagine they're going to take the Snapcaster Mage because it just represents a little too much. Fatal Push, the draw. This will cut them on their only white source. Some of these lists will have another white source than that, but I think I'm okay giving up the Fatal Push. We don't have to. Oh, he is playing it. We don't have to necessarily plus the Lily. I think I should though, just to put her above Bolt range. I mean, obviously, if he has Elemental Attack plus Bolt, we still lose her, but we're ahead on the Bolas, so we may lose the Lily to Elemental Attack. We shall see. Bedlam gives up a Pyromancer. So we draw removal for the okay. So we can do some cool stuff here. We can snap K command. Return the other Snapcaster, kill this elemental, I think is the line I want to do. Sacrifice your Bedlam Reveler. Hit you. See, now we're the Jund. We're basically blue Jund, like with this kind of a configuration of Grixis. Kind of like blue Jund. So he wants to make me discard, returns Reveler. Is it cast Reveler? Cast Reveler is kind of rough though with this flying 4/4 of Doom. He lootings. Okay, so opponent trying to hit that land drop, trying to set up this this Reveler. Poor opponent's not having the best league of their lives either. Just judging from their record. I mean, Marduk's sweet though. I shouldn't be sitting here thinking like that we're about to win. That's not. It looks rough for them because we just put them on no cards, but you never know. Actually, no, we got too many angles on them. Well, top deck Reveler into. Remove the Bolas. He's got the base of planes. Oh, don't get me wrong. Like next game, like he's gonna be trying to moon us for sure. We can try to avoid that. Actually, I think surgical's overkill. Yes, there's lingering souls, but young pyromancer's an issue too. I don't want this. Against them, I don't know. Like Nameless Hakan, Nameless Hakan can beat most any grindy style matchup. They're a hand hate deck. I think it's pretty easy for them to disrupt this. We also aren't going to be playing all of our dragons, so basically once I start cutting some number of dragons, I'll cut the Scorn as well. Like even as much as we might want a blue counter in the matchup, I mean we could try it, but we'd have to cut a lot of tools that we probably want, and we can find the inversion off of the. But again, if I'm playing Scorn, like I want the full suite of dragons, which is 1, 2, because these count as dragons because of Changeling, but 1, 2, 3. Like I want, if I'm gonna play both Scorns, I want the full suite of 7 dragons, dragon cards. But Spell Snare is not really where I want to be. They play Leyline, so I actually like cutting Logic Knot for that reason. I think Inquisition is not good when we're grinding. Yeah, I just don't think it's worth it. To try to set this up, because I really don't want to run Niv. I probably won't even run all of my boluses. I'll probably just play a couple, just because it's grindy. Not even necessarily because it's good, just because it's grindy. And since I want to assemble the Hakan, like we're still going to play the gifts. We're still going to play Nameless, obviously. And I think 2 Nameless is fine. We want to hit Pyromancer pretty consistently. I think that's fine. These also are kind of neat. You guys might not have seen this little synergy, but I like this synergy. Nameless plus Bolas is 7 damage. It's a giant growth. A very risky... it is a very risky giant growth. Actually, maybe Brutality's not that bad in this matchup. But we'll go with this. And I mean, I'm probably just getting Blood Moon. So that's probably how game 2 goes. And maybe that's a reason to leave in the Inquisitions to try to snag it. But taking game 1 is huge for us. Sulfur Falls. So we can set this so that we don't lose to... We can set it so that we don't lose to Bloodburn. This also hits Liliana or other 3-mana walkers that they might be playing. Like it's not a bizarre play for us. Although they have the option to K-command into Blood Moon. But at least they can't just, moon us here. So do you sit on the command now? I don't think so. I think I want to establish Bolas. But it could be correct to sit on Cryptic there. I think we want to get Bolas into play first before we sit back. That's the thing, like we're more like Grixis mid-range when we're playing the Dragons package. So in my mind, like I think we do want to commit something to the table first. Like, oh wow, double Lingering Souls. No surgical for me. Oof. Okay. I mean, if he just goes flashback Lingering Souls pass, that might suggest Bolt. Would I exchange a Cryptic with part of a Lingering Soul? Maybe. I think I value the land over the inversion, but maybe that's wrong. Okay. Unfortunately, now he knows about... But now we can find the Hakan, so... We could grind this out. We could actually still grab the... I mean, granted, he might have some graveyard hate, but... We should be able to assemble a pretty grindy Gifts and Given package. Alright. So we grab Hakan. Do we want some of the better answers to the spirits? We have a Snapcaster Mage in hand, so if we grab Anger, we get Anger regardless. Could be a nice way to come back against this board. Like we could just do Anger, Cryptic. We already have the Nameless Inversion, so we would get Hakan and maybe also, let's see, Cryptic, Anger, Damnation. Just all the different sweeps. I mean, again, like Calidus also helps us against this board pretty significantly. Calidus would just with the lifelink like catches us up to the spirits. Maybe that's better than Anger. Or sorry, hang on. He's not going to give us Calidus though, is the thing. So I don't really want to. He might just. Let's see. What if we put Ancestral in the pile? What if it was Damnation, Ancestral? We already have a Cryptic. I'm just thinking of a couple different piles we could make. Last Hope he wouldn't give us. Like she would go to the graveyard too. I imagine if we did this pile, he gives us Ancestral, Damnation, right? No, he gives us a Con, Ancestral, right? Bins, Damnation, Liliana. But we definitely get the Ancestral. Is that the kind of game we want to play? And then the Damnation we have access to with the Snap in a couple of turns. I think I like this pile. He has to choose basically between giving us Liliana or Ancestral. I imagine he's going to give me Hakan, Ancestral, but we'll see. He might just give me the Damnation, just fine too. It gives us such an interesting card. You can, especially like in a deck that, granted in this deck we are using it as a tutor for assembling the nameless Hakan. But there's a lot of games where it's not going to be deterministic what we would choose at all. There's several piles that were decent there. Just decided to go with this one. Oh, he gave me Liliana. Interesting. I wonder what that says about his hand if he's giving us Liliana. Huh. If he's giving me Liliana, I wonder what that says about the hand. He might have given me Liliana just because, I mean, this explosives is really just Blood Moon insurance. Like I don't mind too much. Bolt Lily. Ooh, okay. So we may be hoping to draw to 6th land and just snap Damnation here. I think opponent has certainly committed a lot to the table. Like I think with the young Pyromancer hitting the field, I think this is definitely where. Actually, we can just transform Searcher Skanta here, unless we want 3rd island. But we've already got the explosives in play for Blood Moon. I think we just yard this and flip and just blow up the world. Yeah, we got a lot of fuel after the fact. I think we just blow up the world. Well, I mean, certainly opponent could have like, you know, surgical here. But I mean, you wait for me to target the Damnation. So, Kablam. I mean, he still has flashback, Lingering Souls, don't get me wrong, chat. Like, there's still game to be played. I'm just hoping he doesn't have a sequence of blow up my explosives, then Blood Moon us. That would be a little bit unfortunate. Ooh, Hazoret is indeed a problem. We can kill it though with the namelesses. So what we need to do is we need to get Hakan into the graveyard. We have a couple different ways to do that. So I'm not too worried. Could always just return Hazoret if he makes a different play. Okay. If I wanted to play around him having land and to replay the Hazaret, I should have used the Colligan's command right there to make him discard. That's fine. So what we'll do here is we're actually going to... He's got 2 cards in his hand, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to return and actually ditch my own Hakan. So I want to return... Oh, I could also just return the Bolas, though. Actually, hang on. We can get the Hazaret. Because we have a lot of other ways to put the Hakan into the graveyard. I actually think what I'm supposed to do... Hang on. Cancel. I think what we do is we do make him discard. We go discard, return. So we return Bolas. You discard. You discard again. We want to put the fetch out there. Just again, I'm thinking about Blood Moon a lot, I'll admit. Bolas can flip next turn, right? Yeah. Yeah, we can flip Bolas next turn. So what I think I'm doing here is I'm fetching up basic swamp Pyromancer. Okay. We're going to go pretty low here, but it's Azcanta. Getting even 1 Azcanta activation in Modern is huge. Actually, maybe I should have taken the... maybe I should have taken a different card there. Okay, so we drew Nameless. He's at 21. This could really pump up the jams on the Bolas. We have to clear out what he has already, though. I mean, he saw the Bolt, but I mean, I still think I'm just going to Nameless the Pyromancer. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we could still flip Bolas post board. That puts me dead to Lightning Bolt off the top. Am I okay with him drawing exactly Lightning Bolt to beat us? I think so. I think I'm okay with that. Yeah. I'm okay with him drawing exactly... Well, he has Helixes too, though. But it's not like I can really... I could try to Azcanta into an answer, basically. I mean, we could also reanimate something here. Like, I can reanimate the Hazaret. Well, it's post-board now. Or second phase. Bedlam would put the Hakan where I really want it, though. Yeah. So let's reanimate the Bedlam Reveler. Yeah, it feels good. So now Hakan's where we want him to be. Oh man, both of us are just reveling. I may be dead now. Opponent is looking at a ton of cards, a literal ton of cards. Only takes Lightning Bolt to win it for him here. Yeah, attacking me, I'm assuming that's Bolt. Well, if he had Bolt, he would have killed us. So it's not Bolt. We might... I really hate to have to give up the Bolas to just... Let's draw 2. Just to kill a Bedlam Reveler. That seems awful. Huh. What are we we supposed to do here? So we got a couple spirits we got to deal with somehow. Like Lily takes out one of the threats on the table. I mean, I can push Bolt the spirits away and then Lily away the Bedlam, and do we still have Counter Squall? Let me do some math here. How much black mana do we have available? Not enough. So we don't quite have enough black mana to Lily, Counter Squall, and push. What I can do, though, is I can Lily minus... It just gets a spirit, but then he's tempted to attack the Lily, whatever he... And if, yeah, he attacks the Lily, we bolt the spirit that's attacking the Lily. I just don't want to let go of this Counter Squall, I guess, is my thoughts, chat. This line, though, is a little on the weak side because we're, like, chumping his Reveler with my Reveler, potentially. Would I even just consider swinging with mine? No. Like, I think we want to get a creature off this Liliana, surprisingly. I mean, sure, we could plus her and we just ditch the Steam Vents. Yeah, we'll kick it back. I just didn't want to do the Lily and push in the same turn because I wanted to still have the Counter Squall. Still just attacking me. We'll bolt that. Actually, I should Fatal Push that spirit, not bolt it. He didn't know about that bolt. That was drawn off the Nicol Bolas. Alright. So this is kind of scary. I mean, we're looking at a lot of cards. We might just die. Like, if I go to activate a Skanta, thankfully we gave ourselves enough mana that I can still Counter Squall. He's just going to go for it. He's just trying to Dreadbore here. So we Counter Squall the Dreadbore. Ooh, I thought he was just going to get us there. You know what? I'm so tempted to Escanta. I am so very tempted to Escanta, but is his last card Literal Bolt? If it is, he does it here. And forces me to find answer on exactly Escanta. Oh wow, it was Bolt. Okay, here we go. Gotta find it out. Oh, this has become fascinating. We didn't find it. What a fascinating game, seriously. Yeah, we're toast here, guys. That's what I was worried about. He did see a lot of cards. Could we have used one less fetch land during the course of that game? Maybe. That was a good game. That was us even without the help of Ancestral. When we're on the play, I actually really like the idea of Inquisition coming back in. I just want to make sure that we... I mean, I know we assembled the Hakan Nameless. That was something I wanted to do. We did it and it's still... but then the game came down to burn. I mean, for the same... Again, I don't really want to have to worry about Leyline. We didn't see it, though. I don't think he's playing it. I know we're kind of playing around it by cutting our Delve spells. I don't think it's in his deck, though. I still kind of want to try to pull this off. Let's cut an Anger. Call me crazy. That was just to get the oh yeah. Getting the Inquisitions, couple of spell bombs, removal and a counterspell. I guess this is fine. Double fetch. Little bit of insulation to Blood Moon, just a little. I don't know if I like this line for me though. Just to get bomb into play. I don't know if I like that line I just took. Mardu is so sweet because thanks to looting, they, even if they are top decking hand hate, they can ditch it to faithless looting. There's a little bit of a discussion going around that maybe looting is a little bit too good for modern. I don't know about that. Card's powerful. It's certainly legacy powerful. But I don't know if I like getting on the train of, oh, let's ban this card because it's too strong. We're going to maybe cantrip one of these spell bombs here. Blood Moon. Yep. All right, let's have some fun interactive magic, right? Right, guys? Yes. It's too bad we couldn't pick up game 2. I thought it was ours. I really did. I really did think that game 2 was ours. Like, it seemed like it was ours. It just literally came down to we didn't finish quickly enough. And that was actually a reason to maybe not spend that turn flipping the Bolas. Although I think, okay, if we hadn't flipped the Bolas, though, we wouldn't have found... we would not have found the... yeah, we wouldn't have found... okay, so we could break out of this Blood Moon. I'd like to get another land drop first, just to make sure that Colligan's Command doesn't break up the explosives for 3. Can't believe I'm yarding that. If we transform the Iskanta, we guarantee to have enough mana to make the play I want to do to try to break out of this Blood Moon. So, 1, 2, 3... Brutality. Okay, so he'll take Fatal Push, I imagine. Yeah, exactly. Like it's like, you think about like Ancient Stirrings discussions, like banning Ancient Stirrings because of the decks that it produces. It might just be people that don't like to play against Tron, which is most people. I would say that's most folks. I kind of want to just Iskanta activate. I don't necessarily even want to play the Liliana. I kind of just really want to activate this Iskanta. Very thankful that we have the out of like explosives. Like we fetched aggressively for basics, drew the explosives. So Helix me, okay. It just seems like he's working towards a Bedlam to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's not quite enough for Bedlam. Another Blood Moon. Do we have blue counters in at the moment? No, none of them. Okay. All right. But no follow-up. Okay. Only one swamp in their build. I mean, we also, I think, only saw one black fetch anyway. So what can we do on single island, single swamp? What are the things that we can do? We could assemble Hakan Inversion. We have to find a way to get him into the yard, though. That's the difficult part. I mean, Hakan Inversion is a solid thing to assemble, but it won't do everything for us. Is there a creature in the yard for us? No. But I think he'll do that for us. So if we made a pile of, like, let's say Hakan, Bolas, Call Against Command, Nameless, he'll give us what? I guess he would give me Nameless Hakan, though, is the problem with this line. The problem is we need the Nameless still, don't we? Yeah. So this will be bad no matter how I spin it. So hold up, let's try again. Just because we can't, we don't already have a good discard outlet. We don't want to get the explosives. He would never give us the explosives because it would break us out of the moon. But I think a pile of just good stuff at this point. So maybe Snapcaster. We could do Snapcaster. So unfortunately, just because of how the Blood Moon's affecting us, I don't think we can make a Hakan pile, which is usually what I want to make in these grindy matchups with Gifts Ungiven. We just don't have that as an option. So let's do K Command, Snap, Bolas, Ancestral. Just everything good. You know, we're just getting value. I mean, and sometimes just a raw, especially if like our graveyard is taxed, or I guess in this case something like Blood Moon is taxing us. I think just getting just a super greedy pile is good. Snap, Command, Bolas, X, yeah. And he hasn't like given us a threat yet. Oh yeah, he's having a little bit of a hard time choosing here. That's good. It's a good sign. So, you know, if you're my opponent, choose what do you give us? Maybe the Ancestral. Oh wow, he did give us the Ancestral. We lose Bolas specifically to Thoughtseize. I think I'm okay just because, again, we only have one island we're working with at the moment. So I will ditch Lily of the Veil. I think I actually like Last Hope Lily a little bit more in this matchup, just slightly. Inquisition, taking my Fatal Push, probably. Was what I was hoping not to see, but we had to cantrip those spell bombs earlier in the game to get to where we are now. So I wouldn't say I regret anything. We kind of had to make the decisions that we made, just due to how it shook up. Unfortunately, Blood Moon is that kind of a card. We answered the first one. Ooh, okay. We did answer the first one. Alright, deck. Snapcaster Mage. Right off the top. Come on. And I'm sad that I flipped the Escanta at this point. And that was a little greedy. At the time, we just wanted to fire off the first Blood Moon. That was, if you're wondering, if you're just tuning in, why the Escanta was flipped. There wasn't a Blood Moon, or there wasn't the possibility of... I mean, yes, there was the possibility of him drawing another Blood Moon, but at the time, since we didn't see land on the top of the deck, the only way to guarantee that we would have had the Explosives play and pop it was if we had drawn... yeah, we're just dead here. Like, I have to draw. It can't be Damnation. I don't know what I could draw that would save us here. Unfortunately, we don't have the second... Unfortunately, I don't have a second, indeed. Check out my list. Be interested to see what Mardu looks like these days. Just unfortunate. What's the Hakan pile? Nameless Hakan and then just 2 value cards. We have quite a few different ways to discard the Hakan, so that wasn't really a concern of mine. We'll play another game, though. That's unfortunate. I mean, tonight I think a lot of the matches we played against a lot of fair decks tonight. I think that's a place where we can kind of excel. And granted, I'm not trying to say, like typical Grixis does look like quite a different beast than what we're just screwing around with tonight. I also think that the Niv Mizzet should have been sideboard, but that's another story. I'm just giving him our Stream Decker. But anyway, yes. We're in the queue, don't worry. That's unfortunate. The opponent says maybe our previous opponent maybe will come check it out. That's fine though. This always does it warms my heart if this really is a meta that is actual factual, right? We played Phoenix, then we played Jund, then we played Mardu. I mean, I'm happy to see some of these fair decks come out of the woodworks. Because I was watching a Star City event that was nothing but Phoenix and like Tron and stuff. So I'm excited to see if that's true. Wow, this is like the first really this hand looks solid. We also had some. Oh, now our poor opponent's having what we had earlier. We had a little bit of mana screw. So at the same time, some of what happened tonight with us with our little greedy dragons thing pile, it wasn't necessarily the matchup. Speaking of Tron, it wasn't necessarily the matchups. It might have had a lot more to do with. I think I'm going to Inquisition here and just kind of hope to spike another Tron piece searcher, like Sylvan Scrying or something of the sort. Oh, he's playing Blue Tron. We have a chance. Well, I don't know. Is Blue Tron worse for us? Maybe Blue Tron's worse for us. So opponent does have Tron mana. Blue Tron might be worse for us, actually. I'm not going to fetch because we kind of want another blue source. Which we drew it. Awesome. He has Tron mana next turn, but nothing scary yet that we've seen. And it's not like I have access to the Cryptic Command anyway. So we'll kind of just hope that hope that he doesn't just slam big scary. They play a lot less meat. They play a lot more tutors and counter magic. They're also a Tron deck that really needs. That's fine. They're also a Tron deck that really needs. Really needs a colored source. They really do need blue. There's your blue. Hence why they are running stuff like Sad Robot. Yes, we will graveyard that. Cannot cast it. I mean, now we're sitting on a Cryptic. So opponent's got gifts 2 unknown. Hey, what's up, Chris? Playing against Blutron, apparently. This will be interesting. I don't want to give up the opportunity to counter we'll say no. I don't want to give up the opportunity to counter the gifts ungiven. The annoying thing about gifts, obviously, well, the good thing about gifts ungiven is he gets to do it on my end step here. For him, this is a little unfortunate for us. Hope that his last spell and then the repealing my search for Skanta. Okay. Thought he was going to go for the gifts. Like, I really want to tag this gifts with Cryptic. Because again, they run a little bit. They run quite a considerable amount less meat than your typical Tron. Plus, if we just draw land here, we get to. I mean, now I could just fetch and to remove the sad robot. Now he might just be being patient with his gifts ungiven and trying to wait till he draws a counterspell to pair with it, and I respect that. I don't really like the fact that this is going to give him another card, but I also just can't take. Oh yeah, duh, Chalice. Sorry guys, I forgot about the Chalice. If we had another land, if we hadn't missed land drop there, we could have just nameless the Solemn. I guess. Well, no, we wouldn't want to terminate because that would take me off the Seaward 5 cards. Not to justify my misplay there, but we do kind of want the pushes in the yard just for the sake of flipping Escanta. Yeah, right. Okay, finally. But he probably, I'm assuming he was just really waiting to find a counterspell to back this up. Huh. Okay. Now we're a little bit empty-handed, so to speak. Taziger's sweet, don't get me wrong. I'll probably still fire off this Fatal Push. I mean, we have Colligan's commands, so maybe I'm not supposed to. We're already at 6 cards in the graveyard. I don't think it's worth it. So that's where I'm kind of kicking myself about the first one. This is Treasure Mage, Search Riscanta. Okay, interesting. Not something you normally see in Tron. No Crucible. Ooh. Well, no Ghost Quarter with it yet. And I know that Search and Taziger are kind of fighting for similar resources. We'll leave the Cryptic. I mean, it's not like me sitting on the rest of these spells is going to matter, you know? Oh, want to kill the Solemn, really. Please be something I can actually kill. Please. No, I'm not going to block it. We can take several hits from the sad robot. This is Ugin. Oh, Ballista. So here's the sad thing about this Ballista draw. Like, we go to kill the Ballista. He gets to kill my Bolas. And we don't have a second red source. Yeah. We don't have a second red source. And I can either activate Taziger or I can play my Search for Escanta. I think I'm supposed to play Search for Escanta, which suggests I don't have Cryptic, but I don't. So he does get to flip a Search for Escanta here, and that should be the end of the game. Right, he gets to flip it before we do. I don't have a Field of Ruin. I mean, if I had Field, maybe I'd even just consider taking him off Tron, of course. I don't know, Escanta's pretty good. Maybe I'd go after that. Oh, wow, he didn't flip it? Ooh, he just drew something really good then. You know what we didn't see once during the league? We actually never drew Scorn, so we never got to see if the deck's doing the thing that we wanted to. Pairing a dragon with the blue-blue counterspell. Karn Father. Okay. Okay. What do I need to do here? Could just bounce the construct. He's on 0 cards. Draw a bolt. Bolt is dead here. Kill Karn, but he gets to flip search. We're at 6. Oh no, there's Chalice on 1. I actually forgot about it myself earlier, way earlier in the game. I cast a Fatal Push. That did little more than fuel my Taziger, and we didn't have to exile a Cryptic. Now we're dead. See, that's, I mean, if I were to pick up a Tron deck, I unfortunately still feel like, you know, stock Tron is where you want to be. I understand the allure to blue Trons, though. They are, Sundering Titan's over. They are more fun. I'll definitely agree. I do think that the blue Tron is more fun. And at the end of the day, for some people, that's the objective, and I totally respect that. For me, a lot of the time, you know, that's a reasonable amount of the time, that'll be the objective. For me, it's just I want to have fun. These can go... Things that need to stay. I'm going to cut that con. Niv feels weird to me. They do use their graveyard somewhat. There are some graveyard synergies that their deck has. Callus seems weird. We can cut that. There's your there's your first spell bomb. But I mean, Niv feels weird, but they are a counterspell based deck. We could like trim a bolt for the second spell bomb. Spell Snare only hits so much in the matchup. It doesn't hit a whole ton. I mean, they will be on Snapcaster Mage. They will be trying to set Chalice to 1, but like Spell Snare just to protect what? Well, 8 cards. Like just because I mean again we could play explosives to break out. I mean that might just be the better way to break through him setting Chalice to 1, but then you're spending card slots just to try to turn on some of the weaker cards in the matchup. Don't get me wrong, like Dispel can certainly matter, but I don't think that's what I'm supposed to do. And like look, we might get some of these into play before it ever matters. I'd rather see explosives. That's fair, Chris. Chris, of course, plays plenty of Chalice of the Void. Chris is a friend from my previous living establishment's hobby store. How you doing, Chris? So he knows kind of the way I like to play. So let's go Spellbomb. Go. And I don't necessarily have to slam the Search for Escanta. There's quite a few things that I'd like to Spell Snare in the matchup. You'd be surprised what you get to hit in this matchup versus like normal Tron. It's like you hit Sylvan Scrying or nothing. Against Blue Tron, there's actually quite a bit that you can hit with the Spell Snare. Let's go get both of our missing colors here. Yeah, with the triple island, I really do like the Blood Crypt because it can kind of fix us into multiple colors that we haven't gotten yet. Ooh, speaking of Spell Snare. Thirsty. You got it. That's what I'm unfortunately hoping to take, though, with something like an Inquisition. So we may have missed the boat. Opponent's hand may be excellent. So we actually whiff here, but at least we get the information. So Santa's like a lot of his top end. This Karn is unfortunate, though, because I don't... he does have, obviously, 4th land drop, and I don't have a counterspell for it here. You know what's funny is even the Scorn would have worked here because he's just going to go land Karn. I assume he goes for it. Yeah, no, Thirst is excellent. We were playing like a really interesting blue, like a blue-white thirst chalice deck. Chris, you might have liked. It was like a can have island. Maybe we should just give him the remand so we have a spell snare target. We're gonna lose from here. That's okay. We're at the bottom of the barrel at this point. Opponent. I don't know if we saw his record, but okay, yeah, he's also having not the best league. Not that it's me trying to justify anything. I have a Snapcaster. You don't have a Snapcaster. What am I going to do with this Snapcaster? Not how much I can do. I don't have double red, so I can't Bolt Snap Bolt. That'd be the easy way to deal with the Karn. I can kind of string along that play. Like it can be like a turn of End Step Bolt, then Snap Bolt with Spell Snare. He wants the remand, okay. I mean, now the Karn is potentially dead to... It's fine. Now the Karn is potentially dead to us going... Bolt. Ambush Snap, maybe. You got a link to it, Chris? I'll take a look at it. Oh, now we draw. Of course, we draw the second red source that would have enabled the Bolt, Snap Bolt play. Whatever. I mean, he's gonna have Tron, so I don't know what you guys want me to do about that. I think we're just toast. I mean, like, look at some of these scary things that are about to happen to us, chat. We played the island we knew about. Played the tower we saw. Look at some of the scary, awful, horrible things that are about to happen to us, chat. It's about to be a Eugene. Battlesphere, interesting choice to go first with. That would have been a sweet spot for us to draw the necessary mana to play Niv. Battlesphere is sweet. Battlesphere was something that we built a brew using Battlesphere the other day, right? Wasn't it the Sahili Artifacts deck? Yeah. We had a Battlesphere in there. Oh man, another Thirst? Yeah. I mean, Blue Tron may look like the weaker of the two Tron decks, but make no mistake, it's still going to be stronger late game than anything we're doing in Grixis, for sure. It's just like a value town. Yeah, you can message me, Chris. Here, I'll go ahead and friend you on here just in case you wanted to private message me with Twitch. On Twitch. There you go, now you can do that. We are very dead. I just want to cast this big dragon in Modern. Can we... Alright, let's try to hang on long enough just to... Oh, I should block there. That's fine. We should try to hang on long enough just to resolve Niv, right? Red, red, blue, blue, blue. We need another red source. Let's try to hang on long enough just to get the achievement of playing Niv Mizzet. Oh, no art. Dang. You guys want to see me cast this big silly dragon in Modern, right? I mean, I know we've lost the match, but let's do the thing that we built the deck to do. Well, Cryptic with Smell Snare behind it. Hey, what's up, Embellic? Ouch. Ouch. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can't quite recast. Womp womp. Another counter spell. Who knew? I mean, I'm not giving up yet. Still gonna play my big silly dragon, right? Crucible. Oh man, Tech Edge Crucible. Oh, that's not very nice. And we finally draw the counter spell. It would have been relevant earlier. This could have been relevant last game too. There were a couple spots where this would have been quite nice. Well, I can't say we didn't draw this during this league. We finally did draw the Slumgar Scorn. We did it, guys. We drew Scorn and we have a dragon. But we're dead no matter what I do. I guess we can like tap his team. Oh wow, he's just gonna ult Ugin. It's insane. All right, we just gotta hang on to. Oh, I should have tapped his team during his draw step or before we resolve the Ugin of activation, because obviously we're not gonna get another turn. It's Mindslaver. Well, we didn't get to cast the dragon, guys. I gave up on that opportunity, but we did assemble the Slumgar Scorn Wombo. We did do it. We did most of the things the deck's trying to do, so that's good. We ended up playing against mostly fair decks tonight, guys. We played, what was it? Is it Phoenix? Jund, Mardu, classic Mardu. Of course, we lost to Blood Moon because that's the best part of their deck right now. I'm kidding. Deck's fine. Lost to Bluetron. Interesting. No, I mean, I'm happy with it though. Like as far as the variety of decks we got to play off against was kind of fun. I don't regret it. Don't regret it. But I mean, yeah, of course, after seeing how the deck played, like I'd tweak a couple different things. Like I think Niv should have been in the sideboard. I actually think that the inversions and the boluses are enough to pull off the Scorn game one. I think like they're just little minor things I probably would have changed. I actually think that the Inquisition was pretty good and pretty important for some of the matchups that we played. It's also a card that I kind of really like in these mid-rangey Grixis decks. I think Third Inquisition could have been cool. And then there are a couple cards that were kind of underwhelming out of the sideboard that maybe we didn't need. For example, the extra Spell Bomb didn't do all that much. I think we cut it. It didn't... I mean, maybe we just didn't play enough games where it was relevant, but I kind of prefer some of these other ways we're dealing with graveyard stuff, like Surgical... Anger. And we already have a bomb in the main board. Like we got Bomb, Calidus, Surgicals, Angers. I think I'm happy with that. So let's put the big dragon in the sideboard because I think he's just a little bit more matchup specific. So I think moving forward, like maybe just a simple tweak like that. Like I actually really liked the Inquisitions when we drew them for the most part. I mean, obviously the exception being Tron. Like that's where I didn't like it as much. And we could even try a split of Inquisition and Thoughtseize. These are just kind of nice against the smaller creature, lower to the ground decks in the field. I just really like Inquisition at the moment. Yeah, Hand Hate's quite good. Yeah, I mean, especially since this is more of a mid-rangey Grixis. This isn't the 4 Cryptic Command, 4 Carligan's Command, 4 Snapcaster Mage style of Grixis at all. Like we are trying to commit things to the table, so it's a little bit different, and that's where some of the counter magic can be a little bit awkward. Just to be perfectly honest, and I think the game we played against Mardu, like that one turn where we were just trying to figure out I think honestly we just lost a little too much life early on in the game, because the game literally came down to we were at 3, opponent was able to draw into Bolt right as we were stabilizing. But we'll play the 4th match for fun. Opponent's record, I think, could still prize. He could. He has to win out, but why are you playing gifts? So I was actually originally, Chris, playing 2 Hakans, and I really didn't like the second Hakan, and I replaced it with a gifts. That's pretty much it. And I kind of like that decision. Oh man, 2 lands again. Can we get a better draw? This is like way too many lands, but maybe we scry to some action. I'm actually gonna bottom this bolt. I mean, we have no idea what we're up against. The only thing I know about my opponent is his name is Russell Phillips, and he's lost 2 games. Yeah, it's just a value gifts. It's just a value gifts, but it's also there to piece together the nameless inversion nonsense, which I think is kind of cool. I probably should tap it the other way, trying to pretend like I have Spellbomb. This might be us getting to play against the Phoenix deck again, round 2. Unfortunately, I do think this Niv should be in the sideboard. I think I kind of knew that when I was constructing the deck in the first place. Oh, okay, we're playing against the Living End deck. So actually, this Spellbomb is quite relevant. That's funny. Yeah, we're playing against Blue-Red Living End deck. So Spellbomb is relevant. But we may just lose to the As Foretold Ancestral part of their deck. I mean, yes, the Spellbomb's nice, but we likely will lose to the other parts of the deck. They're actually a Chalice of the Void deck now. I think they have some number main board as tutor targets. They play them. I mean, Field is about as effective as the Scalding Tarn. In the matchup, I mean, they do play Blood Moons. Let's see, so red source, blue source, red source. I'm just thinking about the Niv. I shouldn't be thinking about the Niv, but I am thinking about the Niv. Electrodominus. Dominance Ancestral. So they spend 2 cards there to draw 3. It is +1 card advantage. So it's not, it's not actually that bad at all. It's a cool little archetype. I've seen people playing it. I think it's a neat little thing. I think definitely Dominance being another instant speed enabler for the Living End part of the deck is important. And it's certainly grindy, too, with all the draw power that the deck supports. I mean, anytime you're playing Ancestral and abusing it in Modern, you can be sure that the deck can certainly... That's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to fix us into the right colors for Niv, right? So we obviously don't want to grab the swamp. Blue. I mean, we're most likely to find all the other blue sources we need naturally. Like Tar Pit, we're playing Triple Island. So I think I'd rather... I think I'd rather do this. We're not really close to this Taziger at all, are we? Not really. But we'll do it. This could be Remand. They do play Remand, I do believe. This could be a number of cards. Yeah, he doesn't care. It's both of our namelesses. Our hand is 3 dragons, guys. 3 dragon cards. 3 dragon cards. Nah. I mean, we played a meme tonight, and we played a bunch of fair decks, and then now we're getting to play some memes as well. We're in the meme bracket, right? Don't get me wrong. I have nothing. I have no problem playing memes. They are kind of fun. Bolt. Okay. Oh man, we could grow this Taziger, except then he dies to Bolt. He would die to quite a few different cards, but yes, he is another target for this as a giant growth. So we could seven them, but I imagine we're going to see the opponent try to kind of overload us on the living ends. I mean, it's only one spell bomb, and even if we take them off of target me, you want to target me? Even if we take him off of the creatures that are in the yard, it's very possible that he just goes like, as foretold, living end. We try to bomb, and then he Electro Dominances into another living end. Or actually, you only need one living end in that case because in response to the dominance. No, he needs to put it on the stack. Yeah, he needs to put. He would have to have two living end there, but that's not impossible. He's drawn almost half the deck. Not impossible to have. This is where I imagine he's going to do another Electro Dominance. Or he's got the Stifle Bird. Ooh, he is on the Stifle Bird. Damnation's not on my main board. We could draw a Cryptic off of the top. But I'd have to like draw consecutive Cryptics and he'd have to not. Yes. That's kind of neat. I do still get to draw the card. And I flip over. Opponent gives me a counter spell. He gives me spell palm. Okay. Ah, the Stifle Bird. Just live and just try to play the dragon. We need one more red source, Chris. I know. We're just. I think that's all we're doing at this point, and that's the only reason we're still playing this league, right? Is we're trying to cast this Niv. Oh. We didn't get there. Alright. Bolt, snap, bolt. Bolt, snap, bolt. I mean, it's close. Technically, this spell bomb gives me a redraw to Cryptic, right? Oh, no, we don't have enough mana for that. We don't have enough mana for that. That's okay. Anger doesn't really do enough against their deck, unfortunately. Most of the threats that they're reanimating are actually on purpose. Therefore, toughness or better. This is kind of why I like the archetype. So I'm not quite sure what I want to do here. It can be as simple as you take the living end and then you surgical it. Easier said than done. Easier said than done. As we always say on the Brew Spy Show, easier said than done. Yes, much easier said than done. Like, there's another matchup where I don't really want Niv Mizzet. Calidus can stay. Gifts can go because we cut the Hakan. It's just value. I mean, we could run the Angers, it doesn't do anything for us. They are Chalice for one deck. What does that cut us off of? Cuts me off of this many cards. Earlier, when we were playing against a Chalice deck, Chris was recommending Explosives. I think he's right. I'd much rather answer their Chalice with Command, but I can get behind Explosives. Explosives also takes out the Asfertold, albeit really expensively, but we had to do that earlier in our league for what? Blood Moon? Yeah, we did blow up a Blood Moon this league, but they had a follow-up Blood Moon. We never saw a follow-up. I know this hand is a very black hand, and I'm hoping to draw black mana if I'm keeping this, right, chat? Yeah, about that. We'll see. We shall see. And this just seems tough, right? This deck does seem tough for fair decks like ours to contend with, just due to the ancestrals. They play a playset of ancestral, and they don't need to cheaty face them in this particular matchup, right? They don't have to do it through dominance. They don't have to do it through. As foretold, they can just suspend it. Oh man, look at this! Look at this draw. Uh-oh. We kind of really need, but I shouldn't have kept this hand. That's all. That's okay though. I mean, win or lose this match, we were going to give it to our opponent. Seems like it'll be an early night for us. When were we going to get that black mana? I'm just curious. Oh, sometimes at the end of a league it won't let you see what your next draw was. That's okay. I don't think we're going to be getting fulminated and ancestral and have a counterspell for. But I like the deck. I would change a couple little, tweak a couple little things. And maybe the main board brutality is a little... I mean, one of the reasons I did that was just due to... We need a discard outlet for Hakan, but Inquisition does that. Liliana does that. Call Against Command does that. They all do that for us, or even Snap Inquisition, Snap Command. So we have lots of ways to put him into the graveyard. I'm not really concerned with maybe main decking these. And maybe we just don't play this at all. This is a bit of a meme. It just never really... I just was looking for other dragons or dragon cards to kind of pair with the Scorn, but I think 6-ish or 7 to 2 split is good. If we really wanted to make sure we always had dragon for the Scorns, we would cut something else and play one more inversion. Maybe the second Fatal Push. And it makes this a little bit worse. But it also makes our gifts piles better, because there was that one game where we hadn't seen an inversion yet. However, we drew the gifts and we wanted to go get Hakan Nameless because it was relevant for the matchup. It was just a grind. We wanted to assemble this, but it just didn't pan out that way. We just couldn't do it. So if I'm going to play this card, I want 7 enablers, right? 6 to 7 enablers or more. So this is a way we could do it with relatively more modern playables than... I do like that the inversion lets us race a little bit. All of our creatures, except for Snapcaster Mage and Hakan himself, can benefit from inversion. This is not just removal. This is also... and it's not just an enabler either. This is also... and of course with Hakan we can keep using it, but it's also just a giant growth. You can clock him for 7 with Bolas, clock him for 6 lifelink with Calidus. Taziger also would attack for 7 with the inversion. It's +3 -3 is why I'm saying that. So obviously there's some board states where this is awkward, where our opponents might also have a 4 toughness creature. But maybe something like this could work a little bit better than what we played. Also, maybe the matchups could have been more kind. And then, of course, I guess the last thing to think about is maybe... actually, that frees up another slot. Why don't you have a sweeper main? Well, we'd have to draw Snapcaster. So you want me to have a main board sweeper? I mean, Damnation's fine in Modern at the moment. It's not amazing. There's a lot of matchups, Chris, where a main board Anger would be better. I think there's enough graveyard decks. I mean, I've seen some of these green-black rock decks just mainboarding multiple spell bombs. Because it doesn't really... It slows the deck down a little bit, but it doesn't really take up space in your deck. I think that's something I might do first, Chris. And again, like game 1, we're kind of trying to commit to the board a little bit ourselves, between Bolas's, Calidus's, even the Taziger, and Hakan needs to enter the battlefield too at some point. I kind of like the idea of just double spellbomb in the metagame the way it was tonight. We played two of our games. This would have been really nice to just have it in the main board. So maybe something like this might have done a little bit better. I don't think I want to slam it into another league tonight, but maybe this is what I'm thinking in the future. Yeah, it's 7. Did anybody have a speed brew that they want fulfilled? I'm in the mood to maybe. I have the time and I'm in the mood. Have the energy, I should say. I don't want to say in the mood. I have the energy in me still tonight, guys, to do another speed brew. My rock deck's playing a Spellbound main. Yeah, I think a lot of those Black X decks that are grindy should just be main decking some number of bombs. And I felt like I played enough decks that were graveyard based that I wouldn't mind a second one. It's kind of where my head's at. My headspace is at. Gosh, this curve now just looks like a block of cheese, doesn't it? I mean, we can get the lands in there and it looks a little nicer, I guess, but it's a block of cheese. It's very square. It's a very square curve. But what are you gonna do? Should I do the Torpor Orb deck? Ooh. Well, we could. That was a tier 1, right, Stasis Guy? Scred Dragons. Teach you to play Amulet Titan? It's awful to play on Magic Online. Chris, do you know about speed brewing? I haven't seen you in a little bit. Speed brew, it's something we do on the BrewSpy show. Well, let's do Stasis, guys, because I remember talking about a Torpor Orb deck. So what's my build around? I have to play Phage and I have to play Torpor Orb. Are those the build around cards? I'm assuming this is modern, Stasis Guy. What were the stipulations again? And then I'll start a clock on my smartwatch. Am I planning on playing second and third places for the brew off? That's kind of like an eventual thing, gaming. Like, okay, so a few months ago we started numbering the streams, right? We started counting off the streams. So just with work, how it's been, and my other responsibilities, we've had 25 streams total since that day. So it's not. I'm not able to stream nearly as much anymore, unfortunately. You want me to brew with Phage and Goryo's Vengeance? Okay. Okay. In Modern. And this is a tier 1 Stasis Guy? I appreciate you bringing it up, though, Boss Rush. Keep bringing it up because I'll say my intention isn't to do it at the moment. Like, especially with, I don't want to say it's due to how poorly that the first place deck did, but I'm not chomping at the bit to do it. I'll say that much. Speed brew with Goryo's Phage. I'll say that much. You just want to see your deck played. I'm with you, Boss Rush. Yours was the second place, right? Yours was the grindy. I think yours was second place, Boss Rush. You'd be surprised, Boss Rush. I might remember. Was it a tier 1 Stasis Guy? Because if that's the case, I got a half hour to make this deck. We'll set a timer. I also am just really behind on the speed brews, to be perfectly honest, is also part of it. Are you going to play Gideon? Ooh, Gideon. That's a cool idea. You know I like that idea. Alright, I'll set a timer. So, Vengeance. So we have to have Vengeance. We have to have Phage. Obviously, Grizzlebrand is something else strong to do with Goryo's. So... Goryo's, Phage, Gideon, maybe? Maybe Torpor Orb? I mean, that also, like, Torpor Orb would make us probably use different creatures as well. I mean, Grizzlebrand's unaffected by Torpor Orb. Just try to be original. No Grizzlepig. Well, if we're all in on Phage, then the deck is very different looking. It'd be more like, no, we don't have art, that's sad. It'd be more like, let's see. Like, if you just really, really wanted this to do the thing, I don't know, like Phyrexian Unlife at that point? Like Unlife or... The problem with Gideon is we have to protect him. I'm not saying we don't want any copies. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying Unlife, Angel's Grace. Ramp to 7, use Lazav. Maybe. Grace. So hold up. So these. Why don't you play Madcap Angel? I could be into that. Madcap Angel. We wouldn't be playing Orb then. There's a horror that plays well with Orb. Or is it not horror? It's the hunted. Yeah, hunted horror plays nicely with this card. You should play Brutality. Could get behind Brutality. I mean, like, in my opinion, sorry, my moto's just tanking. May need to reload my Magic Online. Okay. It's, alright. I should just spell it out if I remember the name of it. It was, I just said it a moment ago. Hunted. So probably, I mean, that's just making me think of Torpor Orb. The hunted creatures are kind of neat with this. This is the one that's the 7/7 for 2. But they get tokens with Pro Black, but with Orb they don't. That's like a little fun little wombo. I mean, we might have to go off the deep end and play Serum Powder. And then the White Entomb. I know you're just trying to help me brew this. Serum Powder, pull from Eternity? Now this is a real deck. Alright, pull from Eternity. Gemstone Caverns. What about Hushwing Griff? Sign me up. Hushwings. Oh no, Unlife doesn't save us from Phage. What am I doing? Gideon does, though. Gideon does do that. Griffs. We're already playing Grace. I kind of like the idea, and Gideon. I kind of like the idea of Pact Negation, and then we just chock it full of cards like. We're not gonna play play sets of all these different things. Don't worry, chat. But maybe we'll play some Paths in the 75. We'll play, yeah, Path to Exile. We'll play Thoughtseize, Collective Brutality. Unfortunately, this wouldn't be an Obsidat deck, and you guys know I like Obsidat. But we'll just grab playsets of some of these things at first. Inverter of Truth. Well, actually, does this help us? This exiles our library and turns on Pull from Eternity. Curious. Curious, indeed. Curious. Is that better than Eater of Days or Leveler? I mean, this turns on a card in our deck, though. Sets up the Goryo's Phage. It's kind of cool. I don't know. I mean, Leveler's sweet. You're awfully quiet, Stasis Guy. I think Stasis Guy is just sitting back and watching like, BrewSpy is now trying to brew my wonderful jank. I'm trying. Concealed Courtyard, even though I just added a bunch of 4-drops. Some 4-drops. Hey, what's up, Loose Love? Thank goodness this is a tier 1. This is a tier 1, right? Did we confirm that? Let me look up in the chat. 3 creatives. Stasis Guy, was this is a tier 1, correct? Because that's what I set my watch to. It doesn't work with Torpor Orb, though. Yeah, it wouldn't. Well, right, so this is either a 4-mana 6/6 flyer, or it is, when like games we don't draw Orb or Griff, it'll turn on the Pull from Eternities. But then, if these are turned on, we don't want to actually reanimate the Phage is the problem. Are there other ways to make Phage in Modern not make you lose? Besides something like Gideon Emblem? But Azur's Gateway? Oh yeah, Honor Guard, thank you. Yeah. Yes. And I'd like some more creatures that are lower on the curve that benefit from this effect. Yeah, thank you, Honor Guard. Are there other like hunted-ish like creatures, like drawback guys? Oh, there is the black Pit Dweller. It's the one that your opponent's mind control it unless it doesn't trigger. Yeah. Oh, it's so bad. But if we have a Torpor Orb effect, it's actually really sweet because it's a 4/3 that comes back as a 5/4. Endless Whispers. I'm with you so far. I'm with you. Okay, so because it's the creatures that have the ability, we're making them not have that ability when it dies. So this does nothing then, right? Am I missing something, Chris? So we have a bunch of Torpor Orb effects. Creatures entering the battlefield. Oh, entering the battlefield. These are all enter the battlefields. Okay, hang on. Let me think about this card again. So if we have a creature that dies, we have to choose an opponent. They put a card from their graveyard onto the battlefield under their control. Why do I want them to have the creature? What if you stifled the trigger? I mean, some of the stifles in Modern aren't all that great, though. We could do it that way. Keeps Torpor Orb effect in play. It'll kill them with Phage. What? I'm still confused. Endless Whispers kills them with Phage. Oh, okay, so we put Phage into play, but we don't attack with it? I'm still confused. enters the battlefield. If we didn't cast it from our hands, we'll lose. I'm still not quite following, but I'm sure that it works. I'm sure that you just, maybe, did you Google that, Chris, or is this something you remember from like Commander days? Gonna need a judge to explain that one in the chat. All right, you guys, while you guys are explaining that, I'll put that in the maybes, just so somebody can explain it to not just me, but I'm sure there's other people scratching their head in the chat. All right, it's our phage. We give it to the opponent. My life is complete. So we have to kill, one of our creatures would have to die, and phage has to be in my graveyard? Still kind of like the whole Torpor Orb thing, especially since like there's 3 modern legal, I'm not going to say playable, but there are 3 legal ones. Hardcast phage, when it dies, opponent gets it. Ugh, hardcast. Ugh. I don't know about that. Thoughtseize. I don't want this much Gideon. I don't even know if I want Gideon. Like, double white's going to be tough with all the black we're trying to do. Boo, Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize, we can Thoughtseize ourselves, though. Like, it's interaction. We get to use it on ourselves. Why are you booing the Thoughtseize? We don't do as much griff. Maybe 2 copies? I like how these are much lower to the ground. Oh, don't get me wrong, I like the Gideons. I'm just trying to figure out how to kind of piece this whole nonsense together. Should we run Slaughter Pact? I have no idea. Yeah, Brutality probably would be main board, but we need to add more lands, so give me a second here. 1 less phage. It's a tutor target. We're hoping to exile it with Powder. We're hoping to exile it with Cavern, which I don't think we can play that many Cavern. We'll play 3. There are other ways to exile the phage. There's what is it called? Pay X life, exile card. I used to play it in way earlier iterations of Modern Shadow. Plunge. I like this one more than the other. There's another card that you get to. This would be actually kind of nice. So you pay X. We'll look at top X. Exile the rest. Phage gets exiled if we look over it. So let's say you pay 5 or 7 life. If there's a phage there, it gets exiled. Now you can pull from Eternity. Spoils of the Vault. I kind of like Plunge a little bit better. My problem with Spoils is, okay, even if we play I mean, this is an all-in deck, though. That's fair. Like, there might be a lot of games where we basically have to name Pull from Eternity or we have to name Goryo's. So, oh yeah, this guy got a reprint. That's cool looking. Yeah, I could get behind Spoils of the Vault. Actually, still kind of like the original, though. I'm not sure. But the thing about Spoils, yeah, I mean, it just gives us a lot less control, though. You know, I mean, like, even if you're playing the play sets, like, you still die potentially. So I mean, like, this is a very, very difficult combo because it's not just that we need a discard outlet if we draw her. We need to exile her if we're entombing her with pull. We need a Torpor Orb effect, and if they're the creatures, they didn't die. Obviously, Orb can still die sometimes game 1. I mean, it just there's a lot of moving parts. I shouldn't sit here and nitpick though. I mean, we're trying to pull off this guy's dream, right? We're trying to pull off your dream, Stasis guy. Haunted Horror. It's already in the deck potentially. I think that the main board though just needs so many pieces to actually do the Goryo's Phage kill that I just don't think I have room for other things. Why don't you just play Eater of Days? No, I mean I'm with you, Chris. We can play just big dudes to pair with these effects. But I think like to actually pull off a Phage kill, we just need lots of pieces. And then we can maybe sideboard them out, and then we're just a hunted Pit Dweller Leveler deck, Eater of Days deck post board. We could do that. We could kind of like switch gears into just that, and then Pact could be our counterspell of choice because we have some ways to enable it. If you do a blue version, it's easier. You get draw a discard. I feel like I like Eater of Days more. Just it's more mana efficient. So some number of these threats. Some number of Path, Gideon, Pact. I mean something like that. I don't know. It's tough. It's hard to say what it would actually look like. We're almost out of time though, so we need to kind of bring this pile together. Urborg. Right, Stasis guy. You get what is it called? I think it's interesting though to do it as a white black deck, because like some of the strongest things we get to do with orb effects are these guys. I think it's inevitable that a deck like this is probably going to be a transformational sideboard, right? I would imagine, and we just don't really get a lot of room for different pieces. Like, could we be playing some disenchant effects? Could we be playing this or that? You know, maybe that's still too much brutality. So that would give me 18 lands. We need to make it to 3 lands. 2 to 3 lands. 4 lands. Ugh. You're right. I mean, post board would just try to beat him down. I don't know. It's just an idea, and we really don't have enough time to really flesh this out. I mean, that's the thing about the speed brew. Like, we got about 10 minutes left, so let me flesh out a mana base, play the Fetid Heath. I don't know, do we want Marsh Flats? What kind of a mana base do you want in a deck like this? Gemstones, Courtyards, Urborgs, Heaths. We could I don't like that necessarily in a combo deck, but we could sneak some more threats into the deck with the Manland. White, black, lifelink. Like, so that we could actually try to be kind of grindy post board, and opponents are maybe bringing in a lot of weird stuff to try to stop us. So we could play a bunch of Shambling Vents, even though it makes us a little more slow. Just so we have threats post board. I mean, really what you'd want to do with Powder is you'd want to play, what's his name? Eternal Scourge. Like, if we could get some number of Scourges in this thing, we're also not playing, like, Graveyard Hate. Like, ideally this guy wants to be played with, like, Relics. You know, like, that's something cool to do with Powder, but I don't know if we have room for it. Like, we could cut a Griff or two. And again, I've expressed this before. I think that there is enough, certainly enough modern decks that are, graveyard based that I don't mind main decking effects like this. But this is something that makes more sense for us to do post board also as well. Come to think of it. Why don't you play Temple of Silence? It's a lot of tapped lands. I like the idea of something like maybe temples. Could get behind that. Good old Godless Shrine as well. I mean, we don't have to necessarily play, I mean, the advantage to Marsh Flats being in the mana base is we could have basics, But, I mean, if they Blood Moon us, they Blood Moon us. I think that's kind of where I'm at with a deck like this. But, we could maybe play, do it Marsh Flats style. I mean, we do have some paths, so. Oh, you think you'd rather do that instead of the manland slot? I kind of like the manland slots, though. Hey, what's up, Fluffy? Brewing some wonderful speed brews, doing some jank. Says we're trying to kill them with Phage the Untouchable. Oh boy. This is speed brew from our dear friend Stasis Guy. This is his little mind what he wanted to see us doing. So hopefully we'll do the thing once. And then we can burn the deck and never do it again. Still think the Azor Gateway helps. Okay. That's, oh man. Come on, Moto. Work with us here. We're trying to make a bad deck. I'm kidding. It's not that it's bad. It's just it'll be inconsistent. Inconsistent is a better word for me to say. It's not that it's bad. It just might be inconsistent. But maybe the Serum Powder will help with the consistency. And again, I like the Scourge better post board still. Like when we have the extra relic coming in. Kind of still like these better post board. Okay. Yes. It's 18 lands. Give me the other Marsh Flats. Post London Mulligan. Oh yeah, Serum Powder does get stronger after the London Mulligan, does it not? Because I think the ruling that they went with is you get to choose. Yeah, you get to choose. It's trying to Phage the Untouchable. Trying to do that. All right, let me give back the previous deck because we are almost at time. So I'll give back the other deck. With the wonderful, wonderful Card Hoarder Loan Program, which you guys can now get your hands on. You guys get to see how fast that I can return the last deck, Lickety Split. This stream is sponsored by them. I have no problem telling you guys that that's where the cards come from. They are pretty awesome. In fact, they're already ready to pick up the cards. How fast is that? That's pretty fast. We borrowed quite a few cards for that Grixis Dragons League. Grixis Dargans. Now, how quickly can we get into the next deck? Well, that's up to how well I do this next part. So we're going to open a new copy. And basically, cards I already have, I'll cut from the deck. And then we export it, we upload it, and it's not that bad to do. I still wish we had Gideon art, but beggars can't be choosers. What else? We have randomly. I have that card. Okay. Don't have most of the main board at all. I have the Thoughtseizes, and I have some of the mana base. Yep. So then you right click, export, save. Then you go over into Card Hoarder and Deck Editor. It's relatively simple. I mean, it's awesome that we can get in and out of a deck. Like, ideally, we'll start brewing at this speed where we finish the deck before the timer's up. It's going to be up in about 3 minutes. Load it. Deck's price for me was 97 tickets. This might be a fun little janky thing to do on a budget. Add that to cart. And then you use your loan account. Bada bing. Cards. Oh, we should do the MDH function. So for those of you that don't know Fluffy Wolf, he's one of the other members of Modern Day Heroes. He tends to play prison decks, tends to be in the realm of Blood Moon, all sorts of wonderful things modern. I've seen you playing some other cool things like Black Moon. I've seen some cool stuff, or Rakdos Moon, whatever you like to call it. I've heard it called Black Moon because Moon, of course, describes the fact that the deck's already red. But anyway, cool decks like that. If you want to see that, more of that, click on the link that's with his name on it. Take you there to his stream. You can hit the little heart button that means to like. You'll know when he goes live. Hey, Gideon's the greediest thing in our deck, really, if we were going to play some number of Gideons. And like, we're in the colors for like Lingering Souls, but I kind of didn't want any of the sideboard slots to have to do with the graveyard if possible. No one wants to see tier 25 garbage. Absolutely they do. This is the place, man. Fluffy, you know, I watched your stream before we ever talked and decided to collaborate. I've watched you. I've been watching your stream. Also, we might do an after show, so I think I might be done after the speed brew as far as Magic is concerned. I got a new game on sale that I wanted to share with you guys today. I think you might like it. It's basically a reskinned Slay the Spire, which, for those of you that know, I actually have played quite a bit of Slay the Spire on stream just because I like deck builders and I like that game. So I do think that, thanks for that follow. Welcome to the BrewSpytheMagicGuy show. Welcome. Appreciate you. Welcome. I'm tier 17. I like the number 17. All right, then we can just go back to the version that was the full 60. Boom. Bada bing. Bada bing bong. Boom bing. I think the deck actually does, if it's going to play some number of packs, it probably should be playing a second Gideon. So you kind of don't want just Angel's Graces as the enablers. Just in retrospect, looking at the deck a second time, I think I'd like to get the Scourge into the deck. I think Griff is just an extra Torpor Orb effect. I really don't like the fact that it's extra mana. That would give me room for the Gideon. I mean, again, you could say, but BrewSpy, you don't really care about Scourge game 1. You would be correct. I mean, technically Gideon works as part of the main board plan. Like, we could do a split of Gideon. We could do a split of Gideon at the trial, one main, one sideboard. Because technically he works on this axis, right? Both the main board and some of what's going on from the sideboard. So let me go ahead and grab another one. Also, he lets us not die to some of our own spells, which is kind of nice. You guys all know what Gideon of the Trials looks like. You guys know what he looks like. You could replace Angel with Gideon. I think you want the lower mana, though. Like, I think... Well, that's fair. It's just, I could see a turn where we have all the pieces. I mean, they also have to not have a blocker, guys. So, I mean... we're trying so hard to make this work. It'll be interesting to see it fall on its face or not, or just get people. It'll be funny. I think regardless, we're gonna have a good time. Regardless. All right, let's grab that second Gideon. But yeah, I mean, we could play like 2 Gideons main, cut an Angels maybe even, and then play. Then we have room for another sideboard something. If we just wanted like a disenchant effect or something, a little catch-all. I mean, I don't even know what we're disenchanting though. Is the thing post board? I don't know what the deck's weaknesses are. I think the deck's weakness is itself. It's a little bit weak. No one expects Lazavdas. But doesn't that require a ton of mana? What will be the fastest win, though? Turn 3. Something like that. That would give us more room for Thoughtseize. I do really like the idea of Thoughtseize in the deck, as it both lets us discard our Phage, but also gives us some interaction. I do really like the idea of just loading up on Thoughtseize. Maybe even before the first Griff, because Griff is just so much more mana inefficient than Guards and Orbs. I'm not that a huge fan of that, actually. I think maybe you guys were onto something. It gives me a sideboard slot. For what, I just don't know. I mean, I think we just need a lot of slots devoted to just the creature plan. It's like Scourges would come in with the extra relic. And maybe we just need quite a few relics. Just to make it so that we can actually pair them with the Scourge. I think unless I can think of something more clever, that's what we're doing. And the timer's up, so it's been up. When the timer's up, we tend to just only fiddle with the mana a little bit, maybe. Maybe we'll fiddle with the sideboard, but I'm trying to lay the law down, and when we're speed brewing, we don't try to change the main board. So I know I technically moved, well, I think the Gideon purchase happened just around the time of the clock. Grab another relic. All right, and we'll play it now. You'd have to have Phage gotten with Serum Powder. Yeah, I mean, we'll mulligan heavily, I imagine, with the deck, because like ideally you see pull, powder, like ideally we exile a Phage at some point with like Gemstone or Powder, right? But Gemstone only exiles when we're on the draw, and like triple legendary land, right, of the same. I mean, the Urborg is never going to come up. It's a singleton, but the Gemstones, absolutely it'll come up where it will hinder us, right? And we're only on 20 land. No cantrips, so we shall see. We'll see if the deck does its thing. Yeah, I mean, we're going to be very, very good game one against some of the non-interactive decks in the format. Because it is a fast combo. Should we not lose to ourselves? Should we assemble all the pieces and we don't have to do something bad like plunge really deeply and then die to some bolts? You know, we'll see. I think because it's such a convoluted and complex combo, I do think it's the kind of deck that has to be pieced together with something janky like Spoils the Vault. You know, Spoils of the Vault theoretically turning on the Pull from Eternity, making it a white Entomb. You know. And there's really my kind of deck. And there really is no. Well, we're going to mulligan aggressively for functional hands with the Serum Powders. So, did it come through? I might not have confirmed it. Let me see. Yeah, I didn't. Okay. Give him a second. But I think the Scourge and the Horrors post board is kind of neat. I just don't know exactly how, like, what we're taking. I mean, like, we can still be playing Plunge when we're on the fair plan, but it's like a lot of cards come out when we're not doing the Phage thing anymore. So it's almost a full-blown transformational sideboard, right? So this 15 comes out. This 15 comes in. And we hope they're a deck that the paths are relevant. If the paths aren't relevant, then these are, like, spoils or something weird. or maybe they're Pull from Eternities, and we're just trying to put the that has no synergy for Scourge. I was trying to think of how else we could use this card. We would probably just run a couple of spoils and just be very careful with them, I guess. We would only name things that we have a playset of. Because I could see us like playing a game out where like we just really need a Torpor Orb. Like my whole hand is like Horrors and Dwellers and like stuff like this. Or like our opponent's comboing off and our only out is to hit exactly Pact of Negation. Or we have the Pact of Negation, but we need to find exactly Angel's Grace. And then that's where it's kind of not good that I only have 3. Little things like that. And it's not like we have a bunch of lands that have the same name. Like the land that we're most likely to hit or could name off of spoils would be Marsh Flats. So it just won't sideboard well. There's no way to spin it. We can't do a full transformation. It's hard to do a full transformational sideboard in Modern. It's so uncommon, I would say it really doesn't exist. And that's just in the case if the packs are not relevant or the paths are not relevant, that we'd have to play a card that might not be functional should we transform after sideboard. Which I imagine we'll do a lot of, because like the deck doesn't really have enough teeth if they take us off the graveyard, right? We're just a bunch of Gideons and 1/3s, right? Like the deck doesn't do anything if our graveyard's turned off post board. It's like some of those weird, builds of Phoenix that are main decking Surgical would get us. But it's too late to worry about that now. I'm just saying, like, if we were planning to make a full transformational sideboard, we should have made some of the pieces a little bit more interchangeable. Is all I'm saying. Which is hard to do when you're speed brewing. Like I don't think we've ever attempted a transformational sideboard on a speed brew yet. Certainly not a tier 1. For those of you that are new to the speed brewing, you can type !speed brew to kind of figure out what the heck I'm talking about. It's something that we do, to my understanding, only on the Brews by the Magic Guy show. With the help of chat and the help of you guys giving me cool ideas, we spend about half hour to an hour building a deck live on stream with those ideas. And then from there, we'll either take it to a queue, friendly league, or competitive league based on which donation level it was. But this was a tier 1 donation. Most of them are tier 1s. Just from what I've noticed, just from submissions but that's fine with me, because we can kind of get through these a little bit more quickly. We'll play 3 games no matter what. If the deck is running hot, we keep playing it for as long as I might have time for. But we always at least play 3 games in the 1v1 queue for tier 1 sub, or for tier 1 speed brew. So if you're wondering, if you're like, well, BrewSpy, why does it cost money for you to do the speed brewing? It has to do with the fact that we are putting up money for every speed brew. All right, so we will keep. Or no, I meant to mulligan. I meant to hit mulligan, not keep. No, we're ruined. I meant to hit mulligan there. Obviously. All right, so here's the thing. We will naturally discard the Phage and be very sad, because like I do have to draw a land. I did mean to mulligan, obviously. That's why we have the Serum Powders. But our opponent is playing a fair deck. Oh man, we even drew something like field. So she's where she wants to be. Now we just have to spike land. And they have to not have a creature to block. They're going to have a blocker. It's elves. They always have a blocker. There are very few elves boards that doesn't have a summoning sick elf that can sit back and block. I mean, unless he's really greedy. I mean, like, you see this in somebody's graveyard. Like, you're going to be thinking that you want. Opponent's just vomiting their hand onto the table. Well, step 1. That is step 1. I really shouldn't be thinning here, though, right? Because we do need to see second land. I might just want to play Relic. Just so that next turn, if, and we likely don't hit land drop, we can cantrip into it. Oh, yeah. But I mean, come on, they're not gonna. I guess we could end step Goryo's the Phage. And then if he only left back one blocker, we brutality that blocker. There is a very minuscule chance that that works. No, but I'm now at 9. Alright. So opponent knows that they want graveyard hate. So that's unfortunate. This is kind of a throwaway. I did mean to click mulligan. I didn't mean to accidentally click don't mulligan. Do we just hope that they don't hit their graveyard hate and we try to do the plan A again? Or are we switching gears? I mean, I just don't think we can keep up with elves on our plan B. Right, we have a couple of paths and just a bunch of dudes. That doesn't line up against elves. We run it back same way. And we play just with our extra slot, we play maybe we also cut the plunge. We could play paths. We could play pact. I guess pact might stop some of, like, if they're just bringing in some surgicals. That could work. It's okay. We knew we were going to have a couple of throwaways. 2 lands, spoils, and the Torp Orb effect. I guess they have to keep it. So spoils needs to find what? I guess we would spoils for the entomb effect, even though we haven't found white yet. Right? Isn't that what we would do, chat? I think we spoils for, oh my gosh, why is my brain blanking? Pull from eternity, right? Like, I think we just go for it, we just YOLO for it here. We might die right here. Oh wow, okay. What did we exile? Oh wow, we exiled the Phage. Okay, hang on. Might have a game now. We might have a game now. Okay, so we play the Torpor Orb, we say go. Elves has a couple of cards that care about Torpor Orb. We might have a game now, chat. The Phage is where we want it, sort of. Kind of. It's kind of where we want it. That was like a nutso spoils. We didn't even take very much damage. Don't blow up my Torpor Orb with this Reclamation Sage. Come on. Mystic. And maybe they're sitting on a surgical and we just get to pact it. But I mean, I can't imagine he's not going to have a blocker. That's the whole issue with this idea, this wombo. Like, how are we ever going to touch him with it? You know. I just don't see that happening against elves, I guess, is my thoughts. Like, I just don't see our opponent ever not having a blocker. Wrong deck list, Raccoon. Sorry, friend. What's up? Raccoon 1, how's it going? Ooh, Wheel of Sun and Moon. All right. So for those of you that don't know Wheel, it's going to make it so we can't win. And we can't pact here. All right. So it's one game down. And no matter how janky or inconsistent a deck might be, in my opinion, it was paid for. We're gonna play it out. We're gonna play 2 more games with this deck at least. Yeah, the deck does not know how to deal with blockers. Yes. But we were men, right? We were manly. We decided to brew it without a single Grizzledad. And we kind of, like, we did something, like, the combo was more or less ready. We just needed a white source, right? Like, Phage was now an entomb target, right, for the poll. We had a Vengeance. We had a Pact for the surgical. We just couldn't beat Wheel of Sun and Moon, which I would not expect out of elves, but I like it. It's a green rest in peace, right? It's a rest in peace they can cast off of green. It's kind of cool. Sort of like a rest in peace. Has funny interactions with, like, Lantern. You use it on your, you could use it on yourself. It's a cool little card. I've used it as a Glittering Wish target before. It's a cool little card for sure. Blue version would have been better. Splice. Absolutely, Stasis Guy. And I hope that this gives you inspiration to build it. Absolutely, I agree. And I hope that you are inspired now to build it. Keep this. We have Thoughtseize ourselves. We would just need a Goryo's. We have the Torpor Orb. I think you mulligan, though. I'm not going to disagree with you, though, that that a blue version is better. I don't know what Splice card you're talking about, though. I think we keep the Tutor, right? You would keep the Tutor, do you not? I imagine you keep the Tutor. So we're just trying to piece together this jank. Like, so hear me out. So the blue version, I get you. It gives you Charter Course, but what else does the blue version give us, right? Because we wanted to play Giddy and some of these black threats, but what does the blue version give to us, Stasis Guy? What do you mean Splice unblockable card? Which card are you referring to? There are some cards that you can cast that give a creature unblockable in blue, right? Ooh, maybe we could win this. Maybe. We don't know what we're spoiling for yet. Why don't we thin and just play the orb? Veil of Secrecy? Blessed Breath? I don't quite know what Splice card you're referring to. I hear there are some blue spells though that cantrip. There's one that cantrips and gives. Oh, he's not going to have Tron for a while. We actually have quite a bit of time to kind of do what we want to do. So we can Giddy an Emblem and then Spoils, and then we're kind of safe even if we kind of brick. So that's neat. We get a whole turn to maybe piece it together. Let's Emblem. We do get a whole turn to maybe, if we draw one of the pieces of the thing, you know. And I guess since we have the Gideon Emblem, we could Spoils for something that's not in our deck. Oh, he's tapping out. We could maybe do it. We could maybe do it, chat. Chat, we can maybe do it. This is it. This is our moment. We gotta prey on the opponent. This is maybe our moment. This is maybe it. Okay, that wasn't it. So unfortunately, there is no one card we could tutor for with the Spoils that does combo. And there's no like Ghost Quarter or anything I could tutor for with this. That's really a letdown. We have no shortage of mana, so I don't think I'm supposed to Spoils until we draw one of the pieces to the combo. One of the other pieces to the combo. If you draw Polar Vengeance, you could just spoil for the other piece. Yeah, exactly. So what do you got here, opponent? Oblivion Stone. Okay. Opponent is just like playing it super safe. I like it. You know, when you don't know what your opponent's up to, absolutely Oblivion Stone for sure. when you don't know what the heck they're doing, play the Oblivion Stone. Like he probably has another big boom to cast in his hand. You know, big old whatever. You know, Wormcoil or Karn, but playing it safe. I like it. I respect that. I respect it. Oh, he does it now. Oh, interesting. Huh. So this is where I wish I had mainboard Pact the Negation, though, because we have a Gideon Emblem. Yeah, this is kind of where I wish I had that mainboard. Why am I tapping my mana so poorly? Here we go. Wait. Yeah, this is a spot where I really wish. It's a suspicious looking forest. I wish we I wish that we had a main board pact negation, so I could technically exchange this for a pact. We don't really care about worm coil all that much with Gideon. The problem is if I lock down the worm coil with the plus ability, well, okay, yeah, we're just gonna lose. Karn's coming. Like he's not gonna be inclined to attack with the worm coil is the issue. All right, I've got it. We're gonna hardcast Phage. That's what's gonna happen. Just, we tried Stasis Guy. I tried to make your deck idea work, man. I really, really did try. I mean, maybe I'm supposed to attack with the Giddy. That just gains him life, and then he attacks us back. I don't know. I really don't. There's just no way. This probably just makes him just play Karn and exile Gideon, and then next turn we hope to draw the piece, but then he's not going to attack with the Worm Coil. And we just never drew another piece of the combo, right? We established the like once we lose the Gideon, we couldn't even piece together the Phage because the Phage is a 3-card combo. And that's we try to brew our best build of this, I swear, Stasis Guy, right? Because it's not just a matter of we're spoiling for something. Like we could have been spoiling for like Emrakul and do that. Might have been a more competitive build. I think the added pressure of trying to make the deck also do Phage just I'm not gonna say made it impossible. I think we tried to make it come to life. We tried to make it work, but it was just a little too much. Just I think that extra factor where the reanimate target we're trying to use quickly, use consistently, just made it a little bit too difficult, I think. Is my assessment. Just a little bit too difficult. Just a little bit. Yeah, Brutality's a non-card in this matchup. Oh boy. But it was a fun thought experiment. I shouldn't bash it all that much. You know, it was definitely an enjoyable thought experiment. And who knows, maybe post-board we can actually do something. I have no idea. What else do we cut? Spoils. Post-board. Polls don't do anything. So actually, yeah, okay, so this is where we're like... I mean, the Brutalities can hit sideboard cards. Maybe that makes them better than just some random spoils and polls and phages. And actually, you know what? I guess it does transformational sideboard. Because at least Brutalities will hit sideboard cards from the opponent. So maybe it actually is more or less succinct transformational sideboard. Because that is 15 right there. The spoils, the eternities, the vengeances, the phages. Well, no, I would just redo the deck, Stasis Guy, and not have the stipulation that you had to build it around Phage. Like, let it be an Emrakul deck. Let it be even a Grizzlebrand deck, or both. And then all of a sudden, you're giving the deck the freedom to add like another color splash and just more room for redundancy and whatnot. I don't really want this hand, do I? All right, let's Serum Powder mulligan. Regular mulligan. This hand is bad too. Like, what is the hand we're actually looking for, I guess, is the real question. Guess we keep here. As much as I want Thoughtseize for the matchup, we need lands. But yeah, the Honor Guard's pretty bad. We just wanted another mana-efficient Torpor Orb effect. I think because we have Relic, I think I am just going to go Godless Shrine, play this out. Because at least, you know, should we not hit the land next turn? I know we just scryed, but I think we're just supposed to play Relic. I also should have inspected what we exiled off of the the first serum powder. That's kind of cool, Ike. It is very likely that we just don't hit the... Alright, so let's actually cantrip this. Okay. Instead of Thought Seizing there, because like against Tron, you don't really quite have to Thought Seize until the third. Ooh, and Fluffy Wolf just went live, so that gives me someone I plan to host. So that's where I'll be sending you guys later tonight, hopefully. Yeah, I don't really want to Thought Seize just yet. This deck reminds me a little bit of Stealth Pants' classic. If you guys never saw it, it was a cool deck. Stealth Pants had a list. It was like a black-white shadow all in. Back in the day when Death Shadow could go, you could actually make it go bigger. Yeah. You can make Shadow bigger than 13 power way back before they changed the ruling. Fascinating deck. It's a really neat concept. So he actually just has natural Tron here. So what we're going to do is we'll take the Thought Not Seer. Hope that he doesn't draw another big guy immediately. Hope that we can take the Ugin. We cannot pay for that. This would be a spot where we wish we had Angel's Grace and we had another land. Alright, 2 games down. Can we do the third one? Well, yes we can. We can certainly queue and get destroyed. I want to make sure that we don't get queued against some of the same opponents we just played because these games are relatively quick. Our deck did lose to itself. I predicted that might be the case. And I'm not trying to bad talk, the person that gave us the idea or anything. I think it's fascinating. I think this was a fascinating thought experiment. There was a lot of contingencies. There was a lot of moving parts. There was a lot of things that anytime you're doing a non-traditional reanimator where we're doing it through weird stuff like Pull from Eternity, it's going to be a fascinating deck. All right, we did get a different opponent. Cool. Ooh. Okay, this hand actually looks good. This hand looks potentially really solid for our game 1 plan. And then it was not as solid. Opponent just needs a clutch counterspell now. Ooh, Spirits. Even worse potentially. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Can we beat Spirits with this deck? I hear you want to name something other than Phage. Well, okay, so next turn we play the Torpor Orb. Maybe we'll get this off. It's just the Wanderer is quite a bit better at countering our stuff now. We are making land drops. Is this good? I'm trying to stay positive, chat. Oh my goodness. Yeah. He's got double flying Spell Pierce, more or less. Well, it's only for instants and sorceries, but you catch my drift. It'll be difficult, but I guess if we just keep making mana happen. It's possible that we could play through the Wanderers. And I get what you're saying, right? We don't want to name Phage. We want to spoils for something else. I don't know what that something else is. Another Phantom. Now they are mana leaks. We're not going to break through the counter magic, and we're dead next turn. I'm just curious what our next draw would have been. And I'm curious what kind of a build he is. He's got Reflector Mages, interesting. Okay. Doesn't appear to be a Collect the Company build of spirits, though. The Reflector Mage, however, has me suspicious. Opponent might have no idea of what we're doing, despite what we saw. Yeah. Pact or Path? Probably Path, even still. Sometimes spirits will be running Cavern. Probably Path. Yeah, we could cut an Honor Guard. The thing is we have to see this effect if we don't see Grace or Gideon. But maybe this is just wrong in the original construction of the deck. Because let's think about it. How many ways do we have to make it so that Phage doesn't make us lose? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So maybe just again, it's a speed brew, so it's not going to be a perfect build. It's not like I sat here for hours and hours and we had time to iterate on the deck and try to make it better. Okay, so this will make Phage a Pull from Eternity target. Even though this has Goryo's, I'm just making sure. Alright, so let's mulligan that. So now she is for Pull from Eternity, but this still isn't a very good hand. So we'll do it again. What about this hand? This is what's not in the deck anymore. This is the last Pact. There is only 2 Pull from Eternity left in the deck. Mulligan even more? Then there's no more Spoils of the Vault, basically. And then there's no more Pact. And this is a 2-lander, and the deck is pretty desperate for land. I think we keep this one. Yeah, I think we gotta keep this one. And there's 3 Goryos left. Okay, 3 Goryos left. Yeah, see, that's the thing about the packs. It's caverns. We're not playing the deck to not go for it. So, the one that we're most naturally going to draw is going to be Goryos. Let's go for the piece that we're less likely to naturally see. Technically, Phage is a draw because we have Brutality, right? Phage is technically a draw because we have Brutality. We might want to name Goryos first, although that tells the opponent exactly what's up. But just because there's still... I guess I would do it in this order. Oh, wow, it was like the next card. What did we lose? We lost an Angel's Grace. Okay. Cool. So yeah, if our next natural draw is Phage, that's excellent. I still think we have to maybe just Brutality this Wanderer away. Maybe pitch the Powder to get a look at their hand. Maybe we snag a sideboard card. Like maybe we get to snag like a sideboard Surgical. I have no idea. How would the opponent know that they need Surgical, right, is the next question. What's left as far as targets for the flats. Okay, the flats will work. Well, no, he's just gonna sack the Wanderer. There's no reason he wouldn't just. I think we just get this out of the way. There's no reason he wouldn't sacrifice it. Obviously, there's no reason to do additional modes. Alright. Window is open. We have a moment to get there, right here. Well, he's got a blocker though. Yeah, no, it's such a difficult combo to pull off Stasis Guy. We tried. We tried, chat. It's so difficult. Also, we didn't even have the we don't lose for her entering effect. So there's just so many pieces. Alright, we'll play Honor Guard. There's just, I mean, Honor Guard does turn off Spell Queller, which is relevant. We'll turn off the Spell Queller. But, yeah, there's just so many pieces here. It's very, very difficult indeed, Blown Away. I think, again, the positives are this was a fascinating speed brew. Maybe one of the more interesting ones we've had in a while. It is just really tough. Oh yeah, what about the Reflector Mage? Right. I mean, any creature, which I'm assuming he has a flash creature, can block the Phage, and it's uncounterable. We can't even counter it with the Pact. We can try to go for the combo right here, but oops. Whoops. All right. So if we spoils here, we still don't have enough mana to do the whole combo, right? Because I need to spoils and cast pull and then cast Vengeance. I mean, technically we have more Thoughtseizes. That's a more likely thing for us to hit now. I mean, again, I don't really want to Thoughtseize myself. Powder would be a better play here. We could play the Powder. I think I'm supposed to just end step spoils. Like, end step spoils pull. Then Goryo's. I mean, we just have to kind of hope that he doesn't leave up a blocker. I don't know. Like, the Spirits deck... It's probably always going to have a blocker. Oh, Collected Company. Crap. So he is on the Coco build. Captain. I mean, the thing is I mean, these are exiled publicly. Like, you can certainly know about them. We get spoils for path. There is one more path. Remove the captain, and then we have to somehow draw exactly a discard spell for the Phage. But I mean, there's only one path left in the deck that just likely kills us, or puts us low at least. Yeah, I don't know. Take another draw, I guess. Yeah, I wish I'd played Powder if I'm not going to play anything. Okay. So we can put Phage in the graveyard. Now we just have to make it so there's no blocker. Okay. Yeah, that's true. There is another brutality or two, right? Or no, there's not. I think we only went with two. We've seen both. There's one in the graveyard. There's one exiled. Yeah, I can't really let that resolve. So now we got a spoils for Angel's Grace. We need him to swing out here. Okay, he does. Yeah, Yeah, so we know we're spoiling for Grace, and it has to be close, or we're just gonna die to Thought Seizing the Phage as well. And we died. All right. I wish it would have shown us how far down it was. I mean, we technically, okay, we didn't even kill Tron when they did nothing. They were a turn slower, right? But this is a fun thought experiment. I'll screenshot it so that you have access to it. Stasis Guy, I'd love to see you back in a few weeks. I'll leave you with a challenge. It's not I'm not trying to play tough guy. Do it better. You'll have more time than I did. Do it better. We can talk about it again sometime. Do it better than we were able to do in a half hour. I think you're fully capable of that. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you the list. I'm going to play an after show. For those of you that don't know what the after show is, it's sometimes I like to feature a game I'm playing or getting into. But because one of my teammates is on, I'm going to give you guys his stream link. Let's go actually take a look at what Fluffy Wolf is playing, just in case you want to. I'd rather you guys go watch him. If you're interested in what deck he's playing, then sit here and watch me play a game that's not Magic. Does that make sense? He is a teammate. Let's see what he's playing. Evan's also online too. So Fluffy's playing White Devotion. That sounds sweet. So you can click on the link in chat for his stream. This seems sweet. It's also our 2-month anniversary. I can do that.
Our graveyard part doesn't make sense here. So we're not going to bring in any graveyard.
I see Elishnorn. That's sweet. Yeah, border posts. That's cool. Yeah.
Cards.
Yeah. I'm into
like
it.
Quarantine Fields are right.
What are the actual White Devotion cards he's playing though? Are they all on the sideboard now?
I think these are what we want to do.
Oh, it's just for Nykthos. Okay, I'm with you. Okay. Yeah, a lot of the White Devotion cards weren't good anyway. Let's see what Evan is up to as well, just in case you want to see what Evan's playing. He's another one of my teammates. We'll go check out what he's doing as well. Looks like he is live. Evan is doing a short stream with Dr. Edge. I have no idea what that
how about
means.
instead you die?
Apparently he is playing Dredge. So if you want to check out Evan, his stream is also in my chat. If you want to just hang with me, that's cool too. I just wanted to feature my other teammates. But real quick, we're going to jump into a quick game of Neoverse. I mentioned this a little bit earlier in the stream. We're only going to play a little bit of it because it's already almost 9 o'clock. I'm trying to go to bed around 10 these days because I work at 8 in the morning. It's a cool little game. We'll play enough of it. I'm learning it with you guys. I've never really played it before. I don't really know. I mean, it's just a deck builder. It's like Slay the Spire, some of those other games. Where you're just making decisions about the deck as you go. But it's got a little combat system. It seems very, very similar. That's what I read in the reviews. I'm okay with that because I like Slay the Spire. It's basically they just made it look pretty. Just the models, the enemies, the animations. Supposedly, this is still in beta. What is it? Or Steam does. They do what's called... you know what I'm talking about, where they let you... Replacement for Slay the Spire. Oh, you're probably going to like this, Melfina. I did have a previous game going. I did one encounter, so you're not missing anything. You move it to where it needs to be. Alright, new card. Yeah, I didn't know what to get. I don't think I have anything in this deck yet that uses mana. Let's just take the predictive shot. So deal 3, draw 3, and then choose 1 to add to your hand. This is kind of confusing because draw doesn't actually mean draw in this game. I think they should have worded it to... Oh, I just get these things. Okay. Cool. Elite battle. Sure. How hard can it be? We're level 1. Oh, my camera's frozen. No. Let me fix that. Sorry, guys. Oh. It is really frozen. Hang on. That's a good face, too. That's a really good face. There we go. Let me close some of my background programs. Maybe that'll help. But it's always fun to show you guys some of these games. It's a drone drill. Okay, so let's see. Draw 3, add a card to your hand. Let's do that. Predictive shot, sure. Okay. Guard, attack. We have 3 mana left. Doesn't really matter. Deal 3 damage 5 times. Oh, so overheat's interesting. So as you build up overheat, it does certain things, and if you have any overheat at the end of a fight, you lose. Maximum life total. We'll guard. And turn. It's basically just like a pretty looking, like, Slay the Spire kind of clone. I mean, the art is nice. It is. They did make it look nice, because a lot of these games do not look good at all, but that's okay. That never really mattered to me, but I was just excited that it was kind of like a Slay the Spire clone. We should probably be guarding every turn just because he's so much stronger than us. Yeah, let's not take any damage. And that removes overheat. What do skill points do? What skill points? Like the one that we got from the... There is a skill tree in this game. I don't... Here we go. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a skill tree. Okay, we can't see these yet. So max HP. So at the end of battles, we get more max HP. When a target is inflicted with radioactivity, it's basically poison in this game. Deal 10 damage to all enemies. That's cool for when you're fighting multiple enemies. Last chance. When the remaining mana goes to 0, cost of 1 random card in hand is 0. That's cool. That's actually kind of sweet. If the player has armor, gain immunity to damage from radioactivity. Useful. I guess that's a thing that enemies are doing too. At the end of the turn, the remaining mana does not disappear. Okay, so cool. So this class could be like, you could do some kind of cool stuff with mana perhaps because of that effect. That seems kind of overpowered potentially. Alright. Predictive shot I should have cast first. Is he actually even getting radioactive damage? Let's see. Let's actually pay attention to that this time. It says immune. Okay, that's not good. It's just guard. Is there like a hotkey to end the turn? That'd be nice. Jeez. Alright. Maybe we should just be trying to get him dead. That's less damage than these, because he's immune. Oh, okay, so you reshuffle every time, never mind. Yeah, just like a lot of these other deck builders. Titanium Drill. When receiving damage 2 turns using an attack card, deal 3 to the attacker. Ouch. And I have a whole draw that's like damage. Do we just guard and do nothing? When receiving damage 2 turns using an attack card, deal 3 to the attacker. Decrease at the beginning of the turn when receiving damage. Guess we don't attack him. Maybe we shouldn't have fought the elite. I mean, I'm still learning the game. That was maybe a mistake. Okay, predictive shot. Automatic shot. Oh yeah, we took so much damage because he still had titanium drill. I've lost this for sure now. Could we start the fight just like Slay? Yeah, we could start a fresh campaign. I mean, I'm definitely losing this one. I don't have any of the other classes unlocked, though. Here, I can start a fresh one. Oh, I didn't realize I was going to exit the whole game. I just wanted to go back to the main menu. I'll start a fresh run with you. That's fine. My bad, chat. I didn't realize I would close the whole thing. Alright, here we go. So, to my understanding, the early access has 3 classes. That's pretty standard for these deck builders. Can make you a little bit bigger. There we go. That's actually almost perfect for the size my stream is at the moment. So that's a little bit smaller, but that's good. Close. Alright, new game. We could also just do the tutorial and actually learn how to play. I mean, I literally had only done 1 room though, Stasis Guy. So, you get different starter decks as you play the game. But there are other classes. Yeah, this is just hybrid. I'm assuming just a flexible deck. And we don't have Hunter mode unlocked. Now we do have money. You can go to the shop immediately, which I did do last time. Okay, steal mana. Deal 15 if they have radioactivity, recover mana. I just don't see any cards. I haven't seen any cards yet that actually use mana. I mean, she seems like she'd be useful for mana with the skill tree ability we saw where she, like, mana doesn't go away. Trait transformation. Spend all current mana, inflict a lower attack and radioactivity points based on the amount of mana spent to all enemies. Interesting. Don't know what patience does. I mean, I know what patience does in real life, but what does it do in the game? What does it do in the game? Oh, skill tree's different. Oh, they're randomized. Oh, aftershow. There you go. Yeah, apparently your skill tree is randomized except for the starter ability. Looks like it's always Cortex. Alright, becoming... And I guess we should look at the skill tree to see what cards we should be buying. Okay, become immune to Amplify. Receive more damage. Okay. Oh, that's what Amplify means. Gotcha. So we take more and more damage, I'm assuming for... Like, that's like a drawback, but you get benefits. When data stores entered, item costs are less. Not for sale. Smuggling. What? May appears in the data store. What? Not for... Oh! Okay, cards that are normally not for sale will appear in the store. I understand. Interesting. And then okay, we did get this again. At the end of turn, remaining mana does not disappear. Interesting. So, okay, so we did get we could do like a mana deck maybe. Mana does not disappear, so maybe we should take some cards that have to do with mana. I mean, this seems like a cool mana spender. Spend all mana, do something big and awesome. Oh, we don't have enough mana though. I mean, money. Stealth. I'm assuming it just makes us untargetable for a turn or something like that. A lot of these deck builder games, it's easy to figure out. I mean, this makes sense for this kind of a deck too. It's just straight up a 2 mana or 2 energy, deal 15. That's pretty good already. And then if they're radioactive, we get to recover mana. This seems like a good buy. And it's also on sale, so. Ooh, we can buy another one? Oh, no, we can't. Alright. Like how you'll get different skill points. Yeah, I didn't realize that they would be randomized. Okay, challenge mode or battle mode. Let's do battle mode because we lost. I lost doing the challenge mode. So, for what it's worth. Alright, so these enemies should be easier this time. Radioactive cut. Automatic shot. Steal. Now that he's radioactive? So that would give us mana. Did it give me mana? Do I have mana now? Where is mana, by the way? Draw pile, mana. Oh, okay. So mana is the only resource. I thought this was called action points. So now we can do more stuff. That's actually kind of insane. We can't kill him this turn, though. Why don't we just guard? That actually seems really strong. I did read, like, somebody was saying some of the classes are, like, a lot stronger than others. So maybe they're referring to this class. Seems a little strong. I mean, it's an early access game. It's not going to be perfectly balanced. Alright. Remove all buffs from target. Useful. Why would you, like, never not click to receive these, though? That bothers me that you don't just automatically get that stuff. Okay. Increase armor by 4. Overheat. Inflict 5 points of radioactivity. Deal 4 damage twice and then draw a shooting card. This card seems pretty good, though. I mean, like, sure, like, radioactivity is nice, but oh, this is zero mana steroid, 0 mana armor. So that is kind of nice. But let me take Morning Shot. That seems sweet. Believe you get the mana on the next turn. Oh, well, when we played the card that said, I'm with you. Can't we just go there this way? Oh, we have skills we could maybe do. It's just saying we could get these if we wanted them. I mean, I kind of want to save up for this and try to build around this. Okay, so the shop didn't change. Interesting. So we could save up for that if we wanted to. Interesting. Do the random event. Alright, you found some sort of sculpture depicting something unknown. Destroy. Okay, receive some gold and something bad for us. A hindrance, I'm assuming, is like a curse. 50-50 chance to recover HP or lose HP. Let's take the money. I'm curious what some of the drawbacks might be. Wound. When this card's in your hand, receive 1 damage for every card used. That's pretty awful. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad for us. But it's still not enough money to buy the card I kind of wanted. Oh boy. So if we click on this, does that mean we avoid the elite battle? I'm still kind of figuring out how we kind of move from room to room. I don't really want to fight an elite, do I? Oh, okay, it's a new store. It refreshes the store. Oh, okay, so now we miss out on that card. Okay, fascinating. Okay. Creates 5 random constant cards, adds 1 to your hand. Unstable. Remove from this battle at the end of turn or when used. Interesting. Okay, so it's not forever. It's just that battle. 5 random constant cards. Okay, I'm assuming those are like passive effects. And then we get 1 of them. It's interesting. Deal 3 to all enemies used for every instant card used. Huh. Now let's take this. This seems interesting. We're just learning. We're just figuring out the game. It's not necessarily... Okay, now we're fighting multiple enemies. Immune to what? Oh, he's just immune. Okay, he's just immune to the next whatever. Oh, and sometimes they tell us what they're about to do. I'm with you. We can't quite kill him. Let's just guard. Oh, nice. We drew over the wound, so hopefully we won't draw it next turn. Actually, we shouldn't draw it next turn. Okay, let's try this card now. So 5 random. We get to pick 1. Okay, Rage. Next attacking card deals double damage. Card is consumed. At the beginning of your turn, if the player has no radioactivity, I get to receive a point of radioactivity. Why would I want to become radioactive? I guess there's I guess there's like a build where you like use the radioactivity against them, or you can do cool things with it. Interesting. The beginning of the turn, the cost of a random card is 0. Useful. The beginning of the turn, 2 points of radioactivity to all enemies. Feel the graphics off-putting. It's too flashy. Very possible, Jade. Very, very possible. Next card with consume is not consumed. Let's do... Let's remove from battle, though. Well, that actually might not be a bad thing. Let's try reserve power. That sounds interesting. I hear you. I mean, it got mixed reviews, and it is early access, so it's not going to be perfect. I just picked it up because it was on sale. Oh, crap, so this is going to hurt if we do stuff. We'll take a damage for everything I do, but Steel Mana kills him. What's he doing? Yeah, let's just kill him. Actually, let's guard first. Maybe it works that way. And we're still taking the damage, even though we're guarded. I guess self-inflicted damage isn't affected by armor. Or no, it's at 3 now, so I guess it did work. Okay. So we really shouldn't be using all our stuff while this is in hand. Okay, I could just cast it and then Warning Shot. So it just gets rid of it. I would do radioactive, it'll remove the debuff. Okay. Okay, tab is pass. Gotcha. Okay, that'll make us a little faster. Yeah, I mean, if for you the graphics are distracting, like, you know what's sad though I've found with streaming, like sometimes when I play an after show game where the game's just pretty, you unfortunately will sometimes attract some viewers. Maybe we just take Radioactive Cut. This card's pretty solid. Aim Shot will give us mana though. I mean, I kind of wanted to do something with mana just because of that skill we have. Don't quite have enough skill points to pick it up yet. We need one more for mana to not disappear. That seems like a really powerful mechanic potentially. We don't have like any money. Let's just go to the lab. Craft a med kit to recover HP, remove or evolve a card. We can get rid of the weakness now. Let's get rid of that. See ya. Normal battle, elite battle. I still think our deck is pretty garbage, so let's just do another normal battle. Alright. Nice. He is going to defend. Oh, interesting. So you could play the game just fully from... Fascinating. I could just play it fully from my keyboard. Number pad 7. Oh, no, it's not that simple. It's not quite late. I could have sworn... Yeah, I'm hitting 7 on my number pad. I guess it's not that intuitive. Maybe that's where they want it to be. Again, early access game, so... I know I shouldn't use it as a blanket excuse, because, I mean, if they're letting players buy it, it should be at a certain level, right? Okay, we know what some of these do. Let's read the ones we haven't read yet. Nerve Contamination. For every attack card used, inflict radioactivity to all enemies. For each attack, we get radioactivity. Blade Shield. Every time your armor is decreased using defend cards, deal 3. Oh, every time your armor is increased by using defend cards. That's cool. Blade Shield's kind of sweet. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Let's try that. Blade Shield into a defensive card. Yeah, they just take damage. That's cool. Might just be better for me to just click and drag this game and then just use tab to pass the turn. It doesn't seem like it's not as intuitive as Slay, I'll admit, just because you can't just click. It keeps putting my mouse in the middle of the screen to retarget, whereas I already have my mouse where I want it. I mean, I could maybe get used to that flow. Okay, space is use it on yourself. Okay. So it may just be a matter of me figuring out the hotkeys. I do like the card games with talent systems. I like that part of Monster Hunter. Your character looks like Kerrigan from StarCraft. Yeah, or Nova. I could see that. The boots. Yeah. Or just the spacesuit. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I'll figure out how to move through the game a little faster with the hotkeys. Don't worry, guys. Because we used to move through Slay the Spire pretty quickly, despite streaming. I appreciate the animations. I think it was a clever idea. They took an RPG that has been doing well. Recover 3 mana on the next turn. Recover HP equal to current player's radioactivity. Select 3 cards. Consume it from this battle. Interesting. Destroy cards that we don't want. I mean, that's useful for getting rid of basics or bad cards. That seems like a really useful mechanic potentially for like longer games. Supplies or lab. Let's do a supply crate. Okay. Well. So these are basically potions. Oh, I forgot to get our ability. Well, okay, let's see if we actually find something that cares about the mana. Well, no, I mean, mana is everything. It's just straight up. So mana does not go away now. I think that's going to be sweet. And you can actually deactivate a skill. Interesting. Okay, and by clicking this, now we have the next ability in the tree, which is gambling. Acquire 7 or 0 skill points with a 50% chance. Wow, that is ballsy. Literally, you could end up with nothing. Best part of Slay the Spire was mods. After 100 plus hours, it got a bit boring. But here's the thing. You got your money's worth out of Monster Hunter. Oh, and Slay the Spire. Yeah, I mean that's a ton of hours, Melfina. Did you find Slay the Spire through us? I'm not trying to necessarily take credit there, but that's cool if that's the case. I'm happy to show you guys some games you might not have ever seen before. Let's destroy some of these basics. Laters. See ya, basics. These guys are both defending, so let's just try to murder face this guy. I think until I get the hang of the other hotkeys, I'm just going to keep my hand over tab and just pass the turn quickly. They're both armored up, and they are about to deal tons of damage. Modify future. At the beginning of the turn, select and replace a card. Blade Shield again. At the beginning of your turn, create a random constant card. That seems sweet. Deal 2 damage every time a debuff is inflicted. Let's try Magnetic Field. That seems cool. Beginning of the turns, I get to get a random constant card. This sounds exactly like one of the cards from Slay the Spire, actually. Reminds me of it. Guard, because they're about to hit us for a bunch. I didn't, but you found Monster Hunter because of us. Oh, okay, cool. Well, I'll take that. I'll take that one at least. I see. I don't really want to cast it necessarily. That's kind of slow. Oh, we'll do it. And then this gives us mana next turn. I like it. Why isn't tab working? Okay. May die here, chat. We may die here. For every attack card, I get to make radioactive. Make them radioactive. Oh, Okay. So you only recycle when there are cards still left in the deck, like a reshuffle doesn't. I'm with you. I think I'm dead here. But that's okay. We're learning. For those of you who never played this style of RPG, like, you will die quite a bit when you're, like, learning the game. Inevitably. It took me a while to ever see, like, when I was first learning Slay the Spire, it took me a little bit to even see, like, the end game there. Let's see if we can beat the easier version of this. Oh, I should have gone to the shop. Too late! It's too late! Kind of speeds me up. It's just a little bit awkward because my brain's already kind of wired to do Slay the Spire style card flicking. It's kind of working, just a little bit delayed. I guess the one benefit I can say is I'm less tempted. If I had multiple enemies, I'm less tempted to just like auto click through all my cards and just not even think about what I'm doing. Sometimes that's what those games are like. 3 to immunity. Immune to the next debuff. That seems strong. Increase armor by 10. Increase armor current amount of the player's radioactivity. Increase armor by 5. Draw 2. Add 1 of the cards to your hand. So the thing is I don't like the way that it says draw because they don't go into your hand. You just you draw 2 cards from the deck. They don't go to your hand. You look at them. Take 1. It really should say look at 2 cards. Add 1 to your hand. Really wish it didn't say draw. Because just as a Magic player, that kind of screws with my brain a little bit. But let's go with the Immunizing Agent. That seems like a solid card. All right, readjust. Oh, let's look at our skill tree. I should have done that before we even. All right, backpack. More items. Cool. Beginning of the battle, get stealth. That's immunity from attacks. All right. When a hindrance card is received, I get more maximum HP. Cool. When using a hindrance card, acquire a random attack card and the cost of that card becomes 0. Useful. This is actually really solid. So you get rid of a hindrance and then you get a free random attack and it'll be 0. That's actually pretty strong. You could see us maybe getting that. Cloning project. Change all cards in your hand to the selected card and consume added to the newly created cards. Oh, add the effect of consume. Okay. Remove from battle when used. Split hit. Deal 5, deal additional damage equal to 2 times the amount of inflicted radioactivity. Remove all radioactivity from the... Okay, so this is kind of like a way to spend all the radioactivity if you're making like that kind of a build. Interesting. Deals 7 damage to all enemies as many times as the current mana. What? That seems really overpowered. This is like a whirlwind, basically. 7 to all enemies, so we could just build up to a bunch of mana and just like whirlwind down a whole group of enemies? Sure, let's try that. Seems good. It's basically whirlwind. For those of you that play Slay the Spire, kind of like a whirlwind effect. Seems strong. And we should just keep attacking. We know he's... I found Slay the Spire to be a lot more enjoyable when I didn't know what my opponents were about to do, though, next turn. I think I'd like to turn that off. But he should just be dead. Snipe. Deal damage. Cool. Useful. Split hit. Okay. Reserve shot. Deal 10. Get a random shooting card. That's... For 1 mana, that's strong. Smoke Bomb. 50% receiving damage reduction this turn. Unstable. Remove from this battle at the end of turn or when used. Okay. Smoke Bomb's nice. Still think I'm going to take Reserve Shot. I really should take more defensive cards. Like, we died last time because I really didn't... normal battle or random event. Let's try this again. Lose half your gold. Fight the enemies. Yeah, I'm gonna fight the enemies. I didn't even read what the blurb was. I should have read it. Sorry, it's probably from too much Slay the Spire. I don't really read the blurbs anymore. These guys seem strong, but we have a really good card on in our deck. What's this guy doing? Okay. Immunity, because that guy's doing weaken. And let's guard this. But I can dig the space theme. That was something that people were saying they really liked about this game. Because a lot of these games end up just being... Anyway. That card's way too strong for this early in the game. Did you see? Like, they're just decimated. And I think they even had a little bit of armor on them, too. Alright, reserve shot. You're dead. Russian roulette. Alright, during the turn, each shooting card used reduces the mana cost. Deal 7 3 times. Absolutely. Oh, that was maybe a mistake. I should have just healed. It wasn't going to kill him. I should have just guarded, is what I mean. Nice. Anti-radioactivity increase 1 point of radioactivity to player. What? Why would that give you radioactivity? It's anti-radioactivity. Alright, circulator. Select the card from your hand, consume it from the battle for 0. We've seen that card before, I'm not really all that interested. I guess circulator, if I had to pick. Alright, we get a skill now. Let's go transform. I think that'll be good. Alright, at the end of the battle, max HP reduction due to overheat is reduced. It's useful. Okay. We don't have to buy something just because we have money. It's an easy mistake you can make in these kinds of games where, you know, just because you can doesn't mean you should kind of methodology. Because, I mean, you're adding more cards to your deck, which is making it heavier, making it more dense. It takes longer to get to the more powerful cards when you do that. Let's do this. We're about to take 6, so let's guard most of it. Let's try to take this guy out. Explosive shot. Can't cast it though. I'm just curious what it does. Can I look at it? 5 damage to all enemies 3 times, but it gives 2 overheat. Okay. That's sweet. Alright, constant attack. See, that card's just so strong, like, I don't see a reason to cast anything else. Circulator away, a basic attack. Like, it's just so strong, like, every time we draw it, I just cast it. So that bothers me. When you have a card that's just clearly stronger than everybody else. It's a whirlwind. Alright, reserve shot. That card is strong. I might grab another. Alright, deal 12 if the player has radioactivity. So if we have radioactivity, inflict 3 more points of radioactivity. Okay. Jab. Deal 3 damage 2 times force. Gives +1 per point when using an attack card or enemy's attack. Interesting. It's an interesting card. Probably still. I'll try the jab card. I'll try it. Probably should still just take the other solid shot card, but yeah, we'll try it. Craft or refresh the store. Let's go to the lab. What's our life total? 49. Could just medkit here. Let's evolve a card. I'm curious. Like, what if we just improved that whirlwind card? Deal 8 times. That's not that much stronger. How much can this be evolved though? Is it just like Slay where it's only a one-time thing? I see like a little flagship thing go over it. This might be strong to evolve. 5 immunity. Retain. Card stays in your hand at the end of the turn. Shuffle, retain, consume. Immediately shuffles the cards in the use pile, adds it to the draw pile. These cards stay in your hand at the end of the turn. Interesting. Huh. Trying to figure out what I upgrade. I mean, it's pretty simple to just upgrade constant attack. I didn't realize it was not going to be that much stronger. It'd be better for us to just like focus on something that it gives us more mana. We'll upgrade the circulator. Because this can kind of let us build up to maybe like a big whirlwind, because we could keep the whirlwind in our hand basically and build up to more mana. We just have to find a way to give us more mana. None of these do that. Okay. And see, now I wish we had that one ability, since we have the whirlwind that's based on just having a lot of mana. Now I wish we had random event, sure. Alright, you found something you cannot identify. Alright. Select and duplicate a card. Select and remove a card. Yes, I'll just make another of this. Easy. Easy. And we took some, whatever. We're fine. Supply crate. It was bad last time, but maybe it's worth it this time. Medkit, sure. Elite battle, normal battle. I know, I should be more brave and do some of these elite battles. What time is it? 9:16? Alright. This is just so strong, like why would I cast anything else? Circulator, the attack. Plus, since they're both just blocking. Whoa. Oh, we have 0 mana though. But we're gonna. Shouldn't we get to keep that? Because I thought we had retain. Is it just that you keep the? Huh. Well, but this card's back. Did we like redraw it, or? I thought the retain mechanic was you just keep the previous hand. They're both about to deal a lot of damage to me though. Yeah, kind of happy with doing that. So I mean, like, I almost just feel like this is the kind of game where you got your phone in one hand and then you like the other, you know, you're. Like, it's almost like more enjoyable to play it with just the mouse. You know, reserve shot. Infinite shots. What does it do? Deal 7, create the same card when used, and it reduces overheat. That's kind of neat. The fact that it takes away overheat is nice. Yeah, like you're almost better off just playing the game with the mouse, which again, like a lot of these card battlers, these deck builders, like they in my opinion, they benefit from hotkeys. The only hotkey I find myself using in the game is just tab. But again, oh, okay. Can we use this in between combat? Oh, I can't. Okay, let's get rid of this because it's kind of garbage. Anyway. Alright, predictive shot, deal 3, draw 3, add 1, cut, smoke bomb. I rarely pick defensive cards in this game so far. I'm going to start taking some more defensive cards. These should be the same, yeah. I still think we go to the lab though. Don't forget to use the potions. Yeah, I really should be. I almost just think we should just medkit. Just heal. Could have done an event, but I'm just going to take the supply crate. Oh, we got a card this time. That's cool. Alright, boost time. Receive 5 mana, but lose 4 mana. Ooh. Actually, that could be really cool with Whirlwind, though. That could be really strong with Whirlwind. I could see that being strong. Let's go to the lab and upgrade it, maybe. See if it's worth. Boost time, just 1 more mana. That seems on the weak side. Smoke bomb. goes from unstable to consume. Remove from this battle. Unstable. What's the unstable mechanic? Sorry. When I mouse over it, it doesn't tell me what it does. Can I look at my deck? Yes, I can. Here we go. Unstable. Remove from this battle at the end of the turn or when used. Lasting. Removed from this battle. Okay. Consume. Remove from this battle when used. Is unstable, is it basically just saying unstable is it's gone for good, whereas consume is it's just gone for the rest of this battle? The wording on that's kind of ambiguous. Let me read it again. Removed from this battle at the end of the turn or when used. Okay. So it goes away whether or not I used it. I'm with you now. I get it now. Okay. Wasn't what I meant to do. Okay, nice. Let us go back to making our decision. We could just get rid of a card. I think is where I'm at. Let's just get rid of a basic attack because I already got several. Yeah. Boss battle. All right, here we go. Oh. Unknown turtle. That's a turtle? Alright. He's about to hit us for 7. Circulator, the boost time? Well, for consuming it, he's about to deal us a bunch. I shouldn't have cast this card here, because I kind of liked both of my cards. Oh, now I'm kind of happy we can boost time into constant attack. Here's what we're going to do. We're actually going to guard some of this damage. Oh, this is so good, though, for a long battle like this. No, let's boost time, jab, then constant. It wasn't bad. Okay. It wasn't a terrible turn. Just punched us in the face. That's great. Oh, we should have been using this too. That was a mistake. So now he's about to block. Okay, so not enough energy. Oh yeah. We won't have enough energy because we. I should have waited on using that. Because it only lasts for 2 turns. Oh no, it's lasting. Oh, okay, nice. He's got a lot of armor. He's about to deal a bunch. Let's just guard as much as we can. And wrecked. He's about to deal 18. Okay. This guard. Dang. Don't get to use this. Sweet. Just solid. Just 22 damage. I don't know if we're going to beat this guy. This is tough. To deal 17, let's block some of it. This might actually be worth casting though. What game is this? Looks a lot like Slay. It's basically a Slay the Spire clone, but they kind of prettied it up. But I'm actually enjoying it enough to. I think I'll definitely come back to it and see what else it has to offer and see if I can figure out. Let's do this now. We got him halfway. Imagine if we hadn't had that potion that increases the damage. He's about to deal 22, but this could be a good turn for the constant attack. Limit energy is awful. Did that come from that one card we used? I really should look at how that card works. No, that's. I think that's something he did to us. Okay, we're pretty low now. Like this kills us, so armor. Rapid shot. Radioactive cut, I think, is better than reserve shotting? Because he's at 16 radioactive. Oh, we're just dead. Alright, I think I'm done. Like, the snipe wouldn't have even killed that guy. So we just suck. We're just bad at this game. But it's cool. You know. I mean, we could have actually maybe done the tutorial. No, not tonight, but anyway. There you go, there's your cinematic. We could have actually learned. So would you recommend it? I would say if you're gonna buy it, Jade, you buy it while it's still on sale. Yeah, we probably should have watched this little video, honestly. Just so you guys who've never played a game like this would know. I would say I only recommend it if you get it for the sale price, and it is only on sale until this weekend, or after this weekend. Until the end of this weekend, I think. Don't quote me on that. How about we'll just go with I think it's off sale this weekend. Drag and drop. Yep. Yeah. What's it called? This is Neoverse. I've been waiting for it to go on sale. I did put it on my wish list because I figured I'd pick it up just to show you guys when it went cheaper. I picked up this in one other game. What was the other game I picked up? I'll show it to you another time. It's halfway, and it'll take a long time. It's basically an 8-bit XCOM. It's essentially an 8-bit XCOM. I just moved my thing all over the place. Not mean to do that. But yeah, it's basically just XCOM, but this is essentially like just a pretty looking Slay the Spire. And there's some different mechanics and different build rounds and different classes, so, you know. I did read that people really appreciated the skill tree aspect of this. Not that that makes up for some of the shortcomings it has versus some of those other deck builders. There is one that's coming up. There is one coming up that I guess I'll go ahead and show you guys. That is fascinating, which is it's not out yet, but you like build the dungeon. Let me just find it. I think it's a long way down, a long way something like that. It's in my wish list. Let's just look at my wish list. Yes. It's not out yet. But it is a long way down. So, and actually, there's some curators that have done videos for this particular game. Just real quick before I show it to you, I don't know if they show the mechanics in this video, do they? I can't remember if they did. And just the main cinematic. I don't think they do. Here we go. If they did, like, I'd bother showing you guys the. Okay, they just show a little bit. Gameplay. So yeah, it's like a dungeon card. It's like a card dungeon builder. There's a phase where you're building the dungeon, and then there's like a phase where you're like fighting and like moving and fighting, which I think is kind of refreshing for the genre. So I think I'll definitely be trying this guy out, and it should be available this year, is what they're saying. Yeah, deck building roguelite. Assemble your party, use your cards, fight your way. It really should say something about the fact that you're like building the dungeon. That's like a big part of the game. So you're strategically, and the enemy is also building. So it was funny to watch the guy, and I guess that's a boss. It was funny to watch the guy who was playing it. This is one of my curators. So you can. If you have curators on Steam, of course, for those of you that don't know, you can watch videos that they've done about the games that they're curating. So like this was his video review of it. I might be able to just send you guys this URL. Let me see if it loads. If I just sent you that, you could watch it. It was interesting. I'll admit the guy who did the review kind of lost interest a little bit more quickly than I would have liked.
Hey everyone, I'm MDH Pine, and welcome to Pine's Pride.
But if you want to see more about it, you can watch his little video. I can put this in the chat for you guys. For those of you that are interested.
Like Slay the Spire, I assume? We'll see. I'm looking forward to it anyway.
But he actually does play like a little bit of it, which is refreshing.
I can't get rid of that. Okay. So let's see.
Like I said, he kind of lost interest a little bit. It's only like 10, 11 minute video. He lost interest a little sooner than I would have liked, but it still gives you a better idea of what the game's actually like than some of these. And there's a bunch of these other like deck builders I'm trying to get into just to share with you guys. So okay, so Neoverse Melfina at the moment, Jade, it's normally $18. I would not buy it for 18. It's $9 at the moment. It's half off. Maybe that's worth it. And I've got a few of these other like deck builder games in my wish list to try to pick them up when they're when they're available. Like this one, I might even buy full price, or when they are on sale. Got quite a few games in my, and some of these I'm not even necessarily interested in anymore. I really should clean this up and actually like cut some of these things. I kind of wanted to play this one, but I've never seen it go on sale. It's already pretty cheap though. I've considered it. Heard good things about this and this, but they haven't gone on sale. Kingdom 2 Crowns is basically just a multiplayer of the game that we used to play a lot on my after shows. Wuxing Master is actually really sweet. It's only in Mandarin. It's only in Chinese. I'm not sure which dialect, to be honest with you, but it's basically like a better Hearthstone. I'm not going to say it's a better Magic the Gathering, but it's a better Hearthstone from what I've heard. It's only in Chinese. And it's to celebrate traditional Chinese, and they have no interest in creating a Western, like other languages of the game. So that's fascinating. And there's actually a bunch of people that are trying to learn the language just to play the game because they've heard it's such a good game. That's why it's on my list, because I've been thinking I might show it to you guys. I just don't know Chinese. So anybody wants to translate this game for me, that'd be excellent. I think there's a couple of forums where people are like translating the cards, so you can like look at that while you play, but you play really slowly. And there's some other games that I've looked at and thought about. Oh, Fate Hunters is another example of like a Slay the Spire. See, it's a little bit more indie, like budgety. It's not very pretty, but might be really cool mechanically. This one I was also maybe excited about as far as deck builders go. It looks like they spent a lot of time on the classes. I need to check out what the curators are saying about this one, but it's kind of gothic-y, kind of got like a old school art to it, which I can appreciate. Kind of gloom and doom. Yeah. Anyway. But it looks pretty interesting. Like I said, this is another one I would maybe pick up when it's on sale. I don't think I would pay full price for Fate Hunters necessarily. They're just nice games to do when I'm relaxing before bed, when I'm watching Attorney. I'm with you, Jade. Yeah, these little games are definitely kind of fun. They're just kind of very, very not very intense, just kind of having some fun. I mean, you can certainly play these games on a more intense level if you want to. We didn't really get to that with the Neoverse game because I kept dying. So we were obviously doing something wrong, or it's just not very well. The early game is not well balanced, is what that means. Either we're bad, we got unlucky, or they're still balancing some things. So take that for what you will. But I had some other games that those are like some of the big ones that I'm most interested in. Me personally, if you're curious, some of what I'm interested in, like Long Way Down for sure, maybe Fate Hunters, and maybe a couple of these other games I'm interested in at the moment, but not all that much. I almost picked up Ultimate Chicken Horse when it was on sale and bought it for some of my friends so we could play, but we're all like working class slaves now. I'm kidding, it's not slavery. I'm very thankful for my job, guys. That's a joke. It's an innocent joke. Right, but man went from, right, to now we're sitting in cubicles, and there's your Bill Nye for the day. But no, I mean, I appreciate my job, and I've done some things to make it more comfortable for me. just because I'm kind of fidgety. So I've got some. You might make fun of it, but it's a foot stand that converts into a rocker. So that's something I've done recently to kind of shake up the cubicle life. And it's funny, something as simple as giving your feet something to do productive. I mean, I've seen some really ridiculous things. Like there are people that like buy like under the desk treadmills, or you can do something like what Jeff Hoogland did, where he's got a standing desk. My boss has a standing desk now, stand-up desk. There's lots of things you can do to kind of shake up the cubicle job life that, you know, I'm embracing at the moment. But yeah, I've even seen weird stuff like, you know what I mean when I say recumbent bike? So like pedaling. There are things like that like you can fit under your desk. I think that's more invasive. I think that'd be really loud. So that is indeed a big wish list. So when you guys support me and you support the Brew Spy show, you know, it's going to moto tickets and sometimes like, you know, games on sale. But yeah, I've got a bunch of games I want to show you guys. Like Neoverse we'll do some more of. Halfway, this is the XCOM equivalent. It's like a bit, like 8-bit, 16-bit style XCOM, that art style. I still haven't played Sundered. I picked this up on sale, and I thought this would be interesting. Really dark, but interesting, potentially platformer. Deep Sky we did play. I want to play it again. We didn't really get into the deep factor, and we died. I mean, I picked up Artifact the other day. Actually, no, Artifact was a gift. This was a birthday present. I still haven't mastered this, and I feel bad about that because it was a gift. I mean, it's tough when you've got work life going on. I never beat Transistor. Grim Dawn I picked up because Jade, you were recommending. I saw you had lots of hours on this game. I like this game. I just haven't pumped time into it. I basically replaced any like time I was playing things like Diablo with this game-wise. I haven't gotten all that far yet, though. So I mean, there are other games I'm interested in beyond Magic. Card Crawl didn't work because I couldn't get it on screen for you guys to watch. But this is a fun. There's a guy that made some really solid smartphone games, and this is one of them. It was on sale on Steam. I just picked it up, and I can enjoy it by myself. I wasn't able to make it streamable, unfortunately. There's a couple others that I'm meaning to show you guys, or I have, and we just haven't like returned to. Second still. I'm still trying to figure out. This is another interesting deck builder, where the cards, you're not like shuffling and reshuffling and shuffling and reshuffling. It like the cards just stay in your hand, but it's still a card based RPG. It's weird. It's different. It's interesting. So lots of different games we could be streaming, but I mean the primary game for the show is Magic. Will remain Magic for the foreseeable future. Yeah, Grim Dawn. I've been enjoying it. Anyway, I'll see you guys on the next show. Let me see if one of my teammates is live at the moment. I'd like to send you... I think what I'd like to do is send you guys to one of my other teammates, is what I'm saying. And I'm just trying to pull up my Twitch app. Is Fluffy still up? Is Evan said he had a short stream, though. So why don't I host the Modern White Devotion deck that Fluffy's playing? Just because he's gonna have a longer stream. Just a little host. Go over there, guys. Have some fun. Hang out with Douglas. I'll see ya on the next Brew Spy, the Magic Guy. I'm Sean. I'll see you. Have a good night, guys. Bye.